Hey, welcome everyone to day 2 of our June 2022 FreeBSD Developer Summit. This morning, or well, sorry, I'm going to use local time zone, but you'll have to adjust. For the first part of today, we're going to start with two different sessions with a break in between, talking about planning for 14.0 release. And so we have, usually what we do during these sessions is we have a HackMD page that we kind of track different items and different categories, and we'll screen share that in a second. The link for that, I need to share it in Zoom, but we've shared it on IRC. So those of you on IRC can find the link. It's also on the wiki page. So if you go to the wiki page with the schedule, the link for HackMD is there. Compared to previous years, for a couple of times now for 14.0, we've done this a little differently in that we have, instead of starting from scratch each time, we've kept the same document to track items, 14.0 particular items. And it's actually back to GitHub. And so you can see snapshots of different versions of the page over time over on a repository I have in GitHub. And so it already has some stuff on it. And part of what we'll do today is go through updating the things that are already there. I did added in some passes back in January. I did some work on it yesterday, trying to go through and find things that were already done and kind of move them to the done pile, or updating the status and some other things that perhaps weren't yet done. And then aside from that, before we jump in, and I know some of y'all will already be editing the page and jumping ahead of me. One thing to keep in mind, I guess, is kind of timeline. So normally when we started this last year, the thought was, well, think about things that you could kind of, our target is what can be done like the next 2 years or so. We don't have a firm date for 14.0. Looking at kind of the timeline for when we release 12 and we release 13 and kind of what that gap looks like, my guess is sometime in 2023, maybe possibly like, based on the gap we have between 12 and 13, it would maybe be around October-ish, but we don't have a date set, and I don't want to put words in Glenn's mouth or anyone else from RE. So just keep some, maybe I would try to operate in the assumption of what can you maybe get done by kind of mid-2023 or something like that, but with a date that's to be revised in the future because it's not set in stone anywhere. So with that, I think we would like, and this session is going to be very interactive. So feel free, folks, to say things in IRC on the Dev Summit channel on FNet, which is also bridged to the FreeBSD Slack instance. We'll try to watch there. You can also comment on Zoom if you're in Zoom, and we'll try to watch that. So the first step, the first list we actually have are things that are already done. We don't really need to talk about that, except that we can see it, so we can scroll. Oh yes, Anne's right too. We can also, if folks are on Zoom, you can raise your hand and we can see you. And if you have something to say, we can maybe let you pop in and talk a bit about what you want to, about the item you want to talk about. So we'll try to be watching for that too.
We can maybe do a quick once over of the completed list and just see if there's anything that's particularly notable or that we're going to need to, if there's any sort of follow-on work that's related to it that we need to make sure, or if there's documentation that we need to make sure is lined up for 14 or things like that, perhaps.
I'm looking through them. Of course, I've also just read over these, so I'm familiar with them. I think most of them are documented. One that happened just really recently is Hans merged some work for TLS receive offload on NICs that works on the Mellanox NICs. I don't think we have to document anything in the K2S man page for that, but that's maybe one I could look at. I want you to leave a comment, Ed. But the rest of these I think are already kind of documented in the list. And there's, so we also I should categorize the kind of topics we're going to walk through before we start walking through them. So this first list of things that are completed, and this is not an exhaustive list. This is just things that were previously mentioned on this page that have been completed. People will work on things that landed 14.0 whatever without mentioning it at a Dev Summit. It doesn't make it onto this page. So there are definitely things that have been merged into 14 that's more than this. But at least the things we've talked about in the past, these are ones that have been brought up and that are done. The other kind of 4 things we're going to walk through, the 4 categories, Have are things that we kind of, this is something that somebody already has, like a patch or something like that that exists, and maybe it needs work to kind of be put into a mergeable state, but it's not vaporware. It is something that actually exists somewhere in some form, and could be upstream kind of within the time frame we're talking about. So in this case, maybe by sometime around 2023-ish or so. I was just looking to see if Glenn had said anything about my scheduling rants. So I didn't see anything yet. So these are things that like exist in some form. They could be out of the tree. They could be privately in somebody's forked version of FreeBSD internally at a vendor. But there's something that they think is a candidate for upstreaming, and that in a timeline that could make 14.0. So Manu has responded to me to say release perhaps between July and October. So we'll stick with mid 2023 as kind of our time range for what we're aiming for here. And for new features, like you may be a little earlier than that because you wanted to have time to get in. The next category is called need, and need are things that someone has a need for that as part of some product they're going to ship. It's something that they don't yet have. It doesn't exist in a patch that they have, but they really need it. And what's going to eventually be 14.0 in terms of when they're shipping a product based on 14.0, they're going to need that feature in what they're doing. And then want are similar to needs, but they're not critical. Like they'd be nice to have, but again, it's something that doesn't exist. And it's a little more unicorns and rainbows, but still something that could be implemented in kind of the 14.0 timeframe. And then the fourth candidate that we'll go over are things to remove, which are listed as axe candidates in reference to our wonderful Danish friends. So we've had this session overall split into two halves with a break in the middle. For the first half, we're going to spend our time kind of on the have and the needs. And then for the second half, we're going to spend time on the want and the axes. And if you want to talk about at the very bottom, we have a way to annotate as things perhaps get stale on this list. And if something is actually completely stale, we can remove it as we discuss through them. But it looks like 2 question marks means that like this was added at a previous summit and we don't know what the status is now, if it's still true or not. And 2 bangs means that we need a new person who's going to be the responsible person to kind of drive whatever item this says to completion. So that's an important aspect I should have mentioned, which is for something to be on the list, it needs an owner, which is the person to bug about the current status or kind of bug about is it going to happen or not. So I think that's kind of all the overview of what this page means. So I think we can start now, unless there's any more questions anybody has real quick on the have section. And we can so you can edit the page, but be nice to each other, don't clobber each other. You can edit it directly if you use the HackMD link. But we can also, if you make suggestions, we'll kind of feed them in to the page as we go. And I might ask about things to see if people have status, if it's something, as we kind of go through the list of things that are already there. So the first thing I'll start with is Beehive support for ARM64. I know this is something that Andy has been working on, both for the foundation and also through Cambridge. And he has a branch that has on GitHub that has this. And I know it exists. I know that will hopefully be upstream quite, much sooner than 2023.
Yeah, I think it's pretty soon. It needs a rebase for a couple of conflicts that have arisen and things, but I mean, I think it is close. Okay.
The next one on the list, Brooks kind of talked about this yesterday during his talk, so I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time talking about it. But this one's merge and Morello support. But I think the broader question that Brooks was asking about, does it make sense at some point to merge Cherry support upstream? And what does that look like in what form? I don't know that we have more to say about this than what Brooks already said yesterday. We talked a bit more briefly in the spatial chat after his talk. But I don't know that we think that this is, I don't know if it'll make 2023 or not. But yeah. Do you want to say anything more, Brooks?
I am pretty skeptical that it would make sense to merge for 2023. It is possible that things will start to align, that we'll start to want to merge reorganization changes of some sort, or some of the sort of general macro support, but probably not like probably no assembly is my thought.
Yes. Or kern cap. Well, we hope to never merge kern cap. Okay, so the next one I have is an old patch that I have, which is to expand the file node field in standard IO file structures to an int. And that's been installed for many years. I have the patch. The problem actually is that GNU-lib, which is used by a lot of open source to kind of patch things that it thinks are misfeatures in libc and other standard libraries, it thinks it needs to override how one of the methods work. I think it has to do with funputs or fungets or something like that. And so it kind of messes with internals of standard IO. And I'm not sure if it's needed, and I haven't figured out how to go verify if the thing that GNU-lib cares about is actually broken in our standard IO and needs to be fixed, or if it was fixed 15 years ago and the workaround is stale and we could patch GNU-lib to no longer do it. Then once that's fixed, you still have to kind of apply the same patch to all the umpteen copies of GNU-lib and various ports of the tree before we can finally move forward with the source side of the patch. And I just haven't done the first part of that. I don't know if anybody else has any interest in looking at that part, but that's kind of what is holding that up.
I mean, I think at some point we're going to have to just say, yes, we're going to commit to this, and there's going to be a lot of fallout and we'll have to deal with it. Like, I don't, the waiting for the GNU-lib dependencies to show up in all of the downstream ports, I think is basically means it's never going to happen.
Well, if we had the patch, we could have a way of like a uses or something that you could automate pulling in the patch. But I would need to, but we got to figure out what the patch is. And hopefully it's that our standard IO actually is already fine and we could just have GNU-lib understand that. I just haven't figured out how to build it and run the tests and actually understand what it cares about.
Yeah,
really, this is about, I want to make file opaque, and that's really what the GNU-lib blocker is about. I don't want to make file node because I have to move it to a new field, and I don't want to expose that new field in the AVI. I want to make it opaque before we start shuffling things around.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking IRC. The next one is an old one. Which is FreeBSD 13 even included this kind of newer A80 cipher, Cha-Cha 20 and Poly 1305 that we use, or 1035, I sometimes get the numbers reversed, that we use for KTLS. It's also supported, it's a recommended cipher to support for IPsec, and AE has a patch for it. I think his patch has a few other things in it, but probably someone should just grab his patch and extract the actual Cha-Cha parts of it and upstream it. Because I think AE had it as part of a larger patch set, but it's
so the patch linked from here now is quite short. So it may have already been.
It's not been committed, but it may have already been trimmed, and maybe we should. Someone should just commit it. Probably. Maybe I'll look. I can't today, but someone should do that.
Is there any reason AE hasn't just committed it?
I have no idea.
Okay. See, does this work? If I click on that, does it share?
Yes.
Okay.
See, some of this patch is not quite correct. Like all the GMAT bits are not. Yeah, it just needs to be some of the other bits, I think. I'll look at it. Okay. Next up, I looked at this one yesterday. This is IPMI for ARM64. And it's a series of like 15 patches, and I think half of them have been committed. So I don't know if Alan is around, because it looks like the final ones and actually enabling IPMI on ARM64 have not been merged. Oh, there's Alan. Let's see. Can we make you able to speak?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, it needed a bit more testing. We were seeing problems where it would work for a bit and then stop working. And we kind of just ran out of time to work on it and haven't got back to it yet. But it is the goal to get that working so that This is mostly so that you can use like IPMI tool from the running machine to interact with the IPMI on the machine.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to
it's the
make
host
dev
interface.
IPMI. And it would be helpful to have testing with other hardware that happens to have that. I don't know how many other types there are. We only have 2 example machines to test with so far.
You mean other ARM64 hardware that has IPMI?
Yeah, because there's a variety of different ways it could be attached, and we can only
even
test the ones we have.
There's like 3 ways it can be
4,
attached.
yeah, and ARM, the machines I have use a mix of one that x86 uses and one that x86 doesn't.
Yeah,
it's weird.
You have an SM BIOS attachment and maybe FDT.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that the SM BIOS is V3, not V2, and that makes it similar but different. And yeah, but we got it well enough that you can run like IPMI tool land print 1 and find out the IP address of the IPMI.
I mean, it's not a driver that's owned by default, although I think you add it to generic, but even in x86, it's just a module people have to opt into.
Yeah, and we basically made it, it would be a module like that for ARM64 as well, rather than in generic.
So I would be inclined then to just merge it. Even if it's broken on some machines, it's better to have it working on.
I think at the moment there's some merge conflicts and I just haven't had time to go back and fix it.
All right. So the next on the list is hardware accelerated digests in ZFS. We're basically using OCF for digests in ZFS. I've looked at this PR. I revised this. At this point, most of the change is actually an upstream pull request against OpenZFS, which I haven't listed here. The PR is just correcting some assertions that were wrong in OCF itself. And I hope to get that landed pretty soon here. I sent him an updated patch last night to look at that one.
Thank you.
The next one is reviewing the synchronization we use for IMPCB, and I guess with a thought of maybe using the newer SMR stuff from Jeff in place of Epoch. And the owner is Gleb, and I don't know if Gleb is around today, but we could ask him what the status is. Something more than just in progress.
I think that stuff has been committed already.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's even better.
Let me see if I can find a link.
Yeah.
If you can just say committed, and maybe we can always fix it up offline to say what, like move it up to the pile and put what the revision was. Presumably it's going to be something on IMPCB.c where you would see this.
If we can't find it now, I can circle back with Gleb this afternoon. I'm going to talk with him.
Outstanding. Okay. All right. Excellent. We can move that up to the done list. Cool. Let's see. Next, we have a GPU support for some of the ARM chipsets, which exists, but it depends. But that Ruslan's done for Cambridge. I know about this, but it depends on some other work that I think Manu is in charge of, which is DRAM for ARM64 in general. So I don't know if do we have an item for that one? The kind of DMR for ARM64, is that somewhere on our list? It should be somewhere, if not.
Yeah, we do have an item a little bit down the list in the app section. It's global DRM in base for AMD ARM7 ARM64. I just moved it in the app section because I just have just a little bit of stuff to do, and it's totally possible to do that before 14.0.
Okay.
So yeah, hopefully I'll make some progress at the end of the summer, and yeah, we'll probably we'll have everything done by the end of summer.
Okay. I think has Ruslan given you like a pull request or patch against your tree to pull in the Panfrost specific bits?
Yeah. I have a subtree for ARM and ARM64, and the Panfrost driver is in there.
Okay, so you've already merged his bits, and this is just part of now the larger project. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. That's
Okay.
merging DRM Kmod in base and merging my subtree in base too. So merging both of them and put them into base.
Okay. I don't know how we want to annotate that. Maybe we can kind of move it to like it's pseudo completed and now part of the DRM. We can update it however. Once it all gets merged, we can move them both to the completed, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. And maybe we can move the DRM ones together, but we can do that later. So camcorder, this is one that Wonders has worked on, and I think I saw you update it this morning.
Yeah, I did. I've found some rather serious problems and I'm working through them that I had no idea was going on when I gave my last talk on this. So I'm expecting to resolve those sometime this summer, but I was pessimistic and I expect it to be done, first part of next year with this. So.
Okay.
Also more generally for the things I'm working on, when I expect to put them into the tree, I added an annotation. If it's something I'm 80% done or whatever I expect, and I have work scheduled on my timeline, then I put that in as well, if it's not quite to review state. So this is more than a need, a little less than a have. And I'm not sure where to put those. It's mostly done. It's mostly done, and if I can find the 2 weeks to work on it, it'll be in, and if I can't, it won't. But
I think if the code exists, it qualifies as a have, even if it needs more work to get upstreamable. Like that fits the have.
All right, then this is a have.
Yeah, need and want is more vaporware. Like I want this, but I have no code for it. That's kind of the need. Okay. So the 9PFS client, which is a file system used in some hypervisors. I don't think Steve, I haven't seen him around on IRC from Juniper, so I don't think he can say status about this. I don't think has anyone else worked with this of late.
Do you know Alan offhand?
I know he's been busy moving, so I don't think there's been progress lately.
Are you aware of like the status of the work at all, though? Have you looked at it before? I seem to think you might have.
A little bit. I know I had Steve Wills and I played with it a little bit and got it going a bit more, although I think it still had some problems.
Okay.
I think Steve might have made a port of it so that you could try it out by like package installing it, but I don't know if there's anything newer since then.
And Steve has said, excuse me, they had fixes internally, and that was kind of the next step he wanted was to get those published. And I don't know, let me go look at the branch. I don't know if they have pushed anything to it more recently. It looks like it hasn't been updated since March of 2020. Oh, they have a separate branch for Vertifest. Let me look at that. Last updated in 2021. So I think since the last time we talked, it hasn't changed. Okay, well, let's keep going. Let's try to get through more halves here. We're about halfway through our first section. Dtrace for VMs, I don't think, I'm not quite sure I can say his name correctly, is on IRC either. I haven't seen him. WireGuard, I think Ed and Kyle and I have been talking, and I think this will most likely land in the tree. We're actually aiming for maybe by the end of June or sometime in July. So. Actually, I can add that. Next up is VirtQ SDT probes. which is another Steve one. So I don't know if we have, unless anyone else has heard anything about that one, I don't know if we have more status on that.
I've not heard anything. Sounds like it'd be really useful for debugging Beehive stuff, or virtualization in general. Like I think his was looking at the client side to figure out why messages are getting lost or whatever.
Yeah, I think particularly they don't even use Beehive. They tend to use like their 9PFS client is against I want to say VMware.
Linux KVM.
Oh, Linux KVM. Okay, and so I think Steve ones will have to skip. Let me see. Okay. Then we have several from Manu. I don't know if you want to talk more about these. Looks like you have SDIO. Well, you might need to explain better what these mean, Manu, if you just want to talk.
Yeah. So yeah, the whole SDIO stuff is a big problem for FreeBSD. Currently, the designware MC driver doesn't support SDIO. I have patch for that. But I also have a lot of other patch for SDIO, which allowed me to talk to some Wi-Fi chips. And I still have problem, like I couldn't really upload the firmware and talk to the chips correctly. So that's why I haven't committed everything that I have, because I'm not sure that I've done everything right now. It's better because before I couldn't. But yeah, so maybe this one should be moved to need. Honestly, I don't know when I will have time to work on this again. Yeah.
Okay.
And for the GPU pass-through for Beehive, I think we still have some patch at Backoff for some other stuff. I need to check with Corvin from Backoff. I know that we have some patch for EDK2 for AMD GPU. I don't remember exactly what's the status here. I know that Corvin submit them upstream, and I think it was either Becca or someone else who didn't like the patch. It was to allow EDK2 to do some PCI listing, whatever. I don't really know. I need to check. We have some patch and we have full GPU pass-through for a lot of hardware, almost any hardware. So I need to check what's need to be upstream, so other people can have GPU pass-through too.
Okay, and we already talked about DRM. So this one's one that I think is newer, I think, from Mitchell about, I just looked at the review. It's patches to permit having a Mac security module that can impose restrictions on when you can use the kernel debugger.
Or which commands in the debugger you can use. So
is that what
you
it
can
is?
have
I
a
like
machine
it.
locked down so you can do things like list processes, but not read random memory.
Oh, okay.
So that you somebody can debug an appliance, but not extract secret keys and so on from memory.
Do you have a simple, I'm trying to look at his patch. I think it's
I think
framework.
there's like 4 or 5 separate patches. I didn't list them all.
Oh, it is a stack.
Yeah.
Okay. And he posted these a while ago. I don't know why I didn't see it. All right.
I'm here, by the way.
Do you want to talk about it anymore, Mitchell?
I mean, that's Alan pretty much summarized it. That's the purpose is let you use the debugger to some extent while preventing the things that's going to let you inspect secrets.
Okay. And while I have you here, if we skip down to, there's an item which is kernel address sanitizer for ARM64.
Yeah.
And Okay, and you're active. It looks like, did you add this today, I think?
I didn't add it, but
I did, yes.
Oh, okay. Alan added it for you. Outstanding.
yeah, that one's in progress. And it's, yeah, I'm working with Mark a little bit on that.
Okay. These next two ARM64, is this, I'm assuming since it's colored the same in HackMD that Alan added these two.
Yes.
Are these, is this like performance counters, PNC,
Yes.
or some other
It's
PNC?
drivers for performance counters, so you can extract
Okay.
more counters on ARM v8 machines.
Okay.
Ray was working on those, but he lives in Kyiv, so Tumas is working on finishing those up and getting them merged.
Okay. All right. We'll keep going. So that brings us down to TarFS, which has Des and Tom.
Yeah, so that's the ability to basically mount a tar file as a file system and be able to read from it with seekable compression. So you can make a Z standard compressed tar archive where the metadata knows where each file begins in the tar so that it's more performant.
Yeah. Okay.
And avoids what people are doing now, which is like a GEMU zip of a CD9660 of a with an MD config and like 7 layers of craziness.
Do you plan, is this going to have loader support as well as kernel support?
We had not planned loader support.
I'm not sure it's necessary.
Yeah.
Oh.
So does this let you use the initramfs variants that you might get from a loader as well? Is that the motivation for it, or is that?
No, the motivation is more mounting a package without actually installing it, kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see why you're not planning loader support.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
You'll see why I asked in a couple of items.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah. So one interesting comment on this is we have a GSOC-like student looking at Squash FS as well, which seems like it would. I mean, tar has a very useful use case that isn't covered by Squash FS, but Squash FS would also serve some of these purposes. So that's something I guess that's interesting to. This may eliminate the need for that.
Okay. I think the next on the list is from before. I don't know if Christoph is around to speak to it. I think DCO is, I don't know the expansion of this, but I think it's like a kernel path or an optimized path for the data plane for OpenVPN.
Exactly. It's basically moving some of the OpenVPN functionality in the kernel, so you save yourself some trips into user space that you would have with TAP.
Okay. And is that something that would make use for, like, does OpenVPN use TLS?
They use it for connection negotiation, but not for the actual VPN tunnel itself.
But that's still encrypted. I wonder if is it like an IPsec style encryption or something?
It's it's a UDP tunnel that's encrypted with their own magical foo.
Okay. I mean, if it's like a standard, if it's like GCM or something, I guess
it is GCM. Yes. Well, with DCO they support GCM and Cha-Cha.
Okay. Okay. So that's pretty bog standard. So is your plan to use OCF in the kernel then to do the actual? Okay. So what's this? Let's see. Oh, you have a review. Okay. All right.
There is a review. That patch has 1 or 2 more issues, but I have patches for them. I expect this to land soon, but I'm in no huge hurry because the user space support for it needs to land as well. This isn't actually useful without the patches in OpenVPN, the user space code.
Yeah,
that's going to come. in their upcoming 2.6 release, which I think is probably a few months out. I have patches ready. I've sent them patches as well. I expect the FreeBSD support to land shortly after the Linux DCO support lands.
Yep, that's a very similar story to kernel TLS and OpenSSL. So I know, I feel your pain. Okay, do you need reviewers for this at all?
A couple of people have looked at it already, but more eyes, more better.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Then Warner, you have a trio here. You want to talk about these at all?
It helps if I talk unmuted. The first one is basically expanding KBoot to work on ARM64 and AMD64. KBoot, for those of you that don't know, basically loads the kernel and does a kexec, which is the Linux boot environment. We have a need for that for reasons I can't really talk about just yet. And so I have patches. I have it almost working on AMD64. Once it's there, I'll switch to AArch64. And so I expect to have that towards the end of Q3. I have a number of NVMe dynamic namespace support so that when the namespaces arrive and leave, everything works. There's also a review that changes, that is a subset of that, which I hope to fold in, which does, when namespace sizes change, disk resize will get called. And that should be early Q3, because I plan on working on that next week. And then I've been shepherding Linux compatibility for Indian.h and byteswap.h, and there's a few stragglers in ports that they do things. They detect both of them, but then they make unwise assumptions. So I need to untangle that. You know, they detect that they have the Linux one, but then since you're on BSD, they assume you have all the BSD parts, which is not quite right for any of the BSDs. So it's just unwinding that. I think there's 4 left. There were 10 when I started. And so that should, again, that's something I do as I have time. So late Q3, early Q4 is my guess for when that will be landing.
Okay. Then the next one, I guess, is from Mark, which I've heard about, but I haven't looked at myself. That sounds like a lot of work, which is support for ZFS and MakeFS. And do you have a review? So do you expect this to land soon, Mark?
Yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 things that I might tweak before I do. I think Alan suggested that, like, when you specify data set parameters, right now I use a colon as a delimiter, and that might not be such a good idea for various reasons. So I might change that, but by and large, it's done. I haven't got much actual review on the code itself, which is fine, I guess, because it's kind of I don't know. It's a bit complicated. And Alan pointed out a couple of issues with a few particular things like meta sizing in particular. So yeah, I mean, it's mostly just, I think, a question of fixing up a couple more things, maybe writing some more tests, and then just seeing if anyone's interested in reviewing it. If not, I'll probably just commit it. And after that, I have patches to let one build ZFS-based release images, like VM images, so you can create ZFS root VM images and cloud images and so on. So what I would like to happen is for those images to start being built the same way we do for UFS-based images, and then we just mark them experimental for some time until any issues with the MakeFS support get flushed out.
Do we, like, as a larger goal, do we envision shipping ZFS root for example, some of the cloud images by default for 14.0 as like the default image?
I don't know about default, but certainly I'd like them to be available. Yes.
Okay. So we do
I mean,
foresee having both going forward and not like switching from UFS to ZFS, but providing both variants.
I mean, for 14.0, yeah, I think it would make more sense to provide both. I don't know if there's any
Okay.
constraints that make that, you know, difficult for some reason, but maybe in the longer term, we'd switch to providing ZFS only. But I mean, yeah, it's hard for me to say. Maybe there's a lot of valid use cases for using a UFS based image.
I think there still is value in UFS based images for small VMs, and so I think I would like us to do both. I think that's probably a broader question about how we produce and make visible cloud images. I mean, there's no fundamental reason we can't have lots of different varieties of cloud images. It's really just a question about discoverability and you know what's we don't want to overwhelm the user with like our download page for bare metal installs. It's a bit confusing if you don't already know what you want to figure out what you should install. So again, I think that's a separate question we need to sort out.
Yeah, because UFS is great for disposable VMs. You bring it, you spin it up, you do something, and then you throw it away. And it's much lighter weight than ZFS.
Yeah, like the Cirrus CI VM images that we were talking about yesterday. I'm not entirely sure that there's a lot of value. I'm not sure there's a lot of value in trying to switch those to be ZFS images.
Yeah, unless there's a testing purpose to that, I would agree.
Yeah.
Or if you're really constrained on space.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if the 80 gigs, 40 gigs or whatever you get with Cirrus CI is the most we can get, then the compression might be worth it. But other than that, yeah, I think UFS still makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So next, I don't know if Rob is here, but Alan, you're also listed. It looks like this is boot environments for jails. This is kind of like BE-CUDL, but for jails instead.
Yeah, so it allows you to swap which version of FreeBSD a jail is using back and forth with just restarting it like you would with BECTL for the host operating system.
Okay, cool containers.
Yeah, so it's a work in progress, but it's up on GitHub. And then once it's working well and people are happy with the use case, then we would propose putting that in base. Okay.
So then we have two items I saw were added in the last few minutes. Sato-san, which are serial console over USB 3 debug. That sounds pretty cool.
That sounds very exciting.
Expected in July of 2022. That's outstanding. And then I don't know if Sato-san, you want to say anything if you're on Zoom?
Yes. Yeah. I have some implementation that can support the USB XCI debug. This is basically serial console over USB cable, and the USB 3 supports a special cable, and it's basically a crossover cable, type A to type A, and you can find this kind of cable in the market. So you can buy, I think, $5 or $10. So once the support is merged into the kernel, you can access the a debugger in the kernel over the USB cable, and this supports the connection over the USB hub. So it should be useful for the kernel developer who are using the laptop or a small computer that does not have the serial console CL port, a physical CL port. And the next item I just added is the syslogd rewrite to support the TCP and the TLS. That's all I have now.
Okay. Then I had added something about there's a bit of a backlog of various Beehive patches I need to chew through. Some of them are small fixes, but then the UPB folks have some much larger fixes that someone, probably me, but probably some other people need to spend some time reviewing and kind of shepherding these patches in. So then the last one I see on the list here is support for a 16 kilobyte page size on ARM64. I've seen various patches go into user space. I don't know how much of user space is fixed. I kind of had a sense that we'd fixed all the things in user space that, well, the base system user space that hard coded a page size. But it looks like this review is the kernel support that hasn't landed yet. So I don't know if anyone,
if Andrew's not here, I can speak briefly about this. There's about a dozen different places we need to change.
And his hand is raised.
I'll let Andrew talk.
So there's a, I think there was a few UFS fixes that need to go in, and I need to do fix loader to quickly align modules because they currently assumes a 4K alignment, and most of the user space parts are fixed. I think the main one is JMalloc hard codes its maximum page size, but I think it works if we just increase that. And there's still a few more places where we hard code page size other than that, but they're mostly not too bad.
Okay. I'm curious, does it, an object like ELF object files for ARM64, are we still setting the alignment for segments to be 4K, or do we need to, like, or was that already something larger like 64K to begin with?
I have a feeling it's something like 2 meg, but so that'll be super page align. I'd have to have a look.
Okay. All right, and then Brooks added one. I'm going to add at the end. He says it's not sure if it's have or complete. I think it's mostly a have. Oh yeah, how complete it is. For FreeBSD, we are cross-building our releases. We actually build the releases on Linux. Like we actually build them as part of our CI. So we have, I think most of the patches have been upstream, but we might have a couple that are downstream.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if Jess had managed to land everything.
Yep. So I will put that down.
The big unsolved problem is that our man pages have collisions on case insensitive file systems. So we might want to consider just fixing that.
That's kind of hard in some cases.
Yeah.
I think there's some kernel ones where you have the all uppercase and the lowercase versions for like bus setup interns and things like that.
One's a macro and one's the implementation.
Yes. Well, one is a KOBJ method and one's a wrapper. That's a convenience wrapper that everybody actually uses because you shouldn't use the macro directly. Yeah. Okay.
So that's work.
Yeah, that's work. And that only affects Mac OS by default, right? Because Linux's file systems are case sensitive.
Yeah, it's only a Mac problem, and you can work around it. It's just you have to remember to do it.
Yeah, I have the thing where I have a separate volume on my Mac with a case-sensitive file system. It's a bit clumsy. Okay, so we're actually at the end of the time for our first slot. And we spent all our time on have, but I think that's okay because have is the longer list that we have in the page currently. So let's go ahead and take our break. We can continue discussion perhaps a bit over in the hallway chat, or if folks need to run to the restroom or whatever. And when we come back, we'll try to work through our next sections. When we come back, I do think the first thing I want to talk about is if there's anything more to axe. So be thinking about that if there are things that we should be marking deprecated now or trying to remove, probably more like marking deprecated with a goal of acting in 15 at this point. But if there are other candidates for that, I'd like to talk our discussion with that because I'm a big fan of removing code as well as adding code. So I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
3 and 7-6. Uh,
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to do another round of 4.0. Before we do that, we do have a survey that we would like folks who attended the Dev Summit this time around to fill out if you get a chance. Anne has helpfully put the link for that on the wiki page. So you can find that on the wiki page. We'll try to drop the link on IRC and other channels as well later today. Particularly, we like your feedback about how the hallway track is or isn't working and kind of the schedule changes we try to make this time. We're also hoping to be in person the next time we get to do one of these. I mean, certainly in Euro, but also in the fall in the Bay Area, and hopefully we'll be in person next year at Canada. And then to start this section, I actually wanted to go to the end and talk about it, things that people might want to remove, and then we can spend the rest of their time going through the need and want sections that are a little more unicorns and roses. So if you want to scroll down, Ed, and we can go through the list of things that people have wanted to think about removing and see if there's update on any of these, or if there are ones that we want to add to the list, or if there are ones we need to remove from the list. So it looks like Warner, you're on several of these. We'll start off with you. I think Ed has also expressed interest in FireWire support going the way of the Dodo.
Yeah, it has a number of locking issues that are starting to affect CAM as well. And not too many people are using it, and nobody's really maintaining it, so we should kill it.
Okay, so are you, I don't think we've marked it deprecated or anything, so that we realistically
that's the first step. I'll mark it deprecated and post to Arch saying, hey, we're going to remove FireWire from 14 and see what happens there. I'll let Manu talk about ARMv6. I think it's a time to let it go. There's not a lot of code in the kernel. The real benefit from ARMv6 retirement is package builders and all the downstream duplication that we have.
Okay, and we should move up maybe next to ARMv6. You have one further down here, which is different ARM SoCs.
Right. And we need to be basically, each major release, we should go through the list and see what is still relevant and what is causing problems. I don't have anything specific in mind, but it's a discussion I like to have with the other ARM developers. You know, do we still need the Panda board support, some ancient TI stuff? You know, does that still work? You know, those kinds of questions. And I don't have good answers right now, so I'll kick that off probably later in the year.
Okay. So did you want to jump in?
I can talk about that. I'm pretty sure that I've killed everything that needed to be killed. And everything right now is either working or they are working. Most of the stuff should be working. So
okay,
but yeah, I agree that we should have some kind of tradition, like 2, 3, 4 months before release. Just look at every SoC that we support, and does it make sense to still at them? But the things that right now we are mostly okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. I couldn't think off of the top of my head like I've been able to in the past of, oh yeah, we need to gun for, you know, see if people are still using this for this.
Yeah, I've removed a lot of images and I've removed a lot of crappy SoC support. And yeah, I think we're mostly good.
Okay, and so the next one on my list is bootloader fourth support. I don't know what that PR is that needs to be solved. Let
me look real quick. Oh,
Ubuntu Big Fourth Works is the title.
But this is for non-EFI.
Yeah, I mean, we're not planning to kill that just yet, though, right?
No, we're not planning on killing non-EFI.
No.
What is this?
I guess it doesn't buy you much to just kill fourth for EFI.
Yeah, I mean, we'd kill fourth altogether. And Juniper has made requests in the past that asked us to stay the hand, but they also have their own forks. So that also needs to kind of be resolved. And that particular PR doesn't need to be solved first. If, you know,
Well, I think the particular PR means you can no longer Pixie boot without EFI.
oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was thinking this was a different one. Yeah, we should look at it. But yeah, we have too many things in bootloader these days, and so if you want to Pixie boot, you might need to build a custom loader. EFI, or because the non-EFI x86 loader has a limit, a hard limit of about 500K.
Well, and it gets worse with Pixie because usually the Pixie ROMs allocate, like we honor what they've done, but they carve out, they grab some memory right at the top of the 640K window to use for their private little memory area. And so it ends up being a bit smaller. And what happens in the loader when it basically the stack starts overriding like the data section, and you just don't know until things go haywire. It's like, it's because, you know, there's still like limits or anything. It just starts corrupting things and then it goes off.
Yeah, exactly. So if somebody wants, I think the bottom line, if somebody wants to maintain this ability longer term, we're gonna you know, even the fourth loader will run out of space eventually. Lua is just a little bit bigger and triggering the problem, but you know, we're gonna have to solve it some other way, I think, because this, you know, Lua is the first one. So
yeah, I mean, continuing to support non-EFI booting is going to have to be a little more esoteric. Like you might have to build a strip down or have different profiles of what Pixie loaders you get or something.
right. Well, you know, it's the Chinese menu. If you order one from every column, it's not going to work. You know, you can build a loader with any one or three of these features, but if you try to do all 10, it's that we wanted to do for EFI because it's easy and convenient, it's not going to work. So, you know, and Pixie's one of the things that basically bumps the effective limit down as well. So,
okay.
And
right.
I think only there's only one driver, and that's TWE, and we might bring back TWA as far as CAM goes. Those are the only ones that I'm aware of, but I need to go and audit the list of older drivers. The more of these that we eliminate, the more odd special cases we don't have to worry about in CAM. And you know, it's a lot of these, you know, have been broken for a long time, potentially as well, just because since about FreeBSD 9, CAM has moved pretty quickly in terms of locking and whatnot, and not all SIMs have been well tested since then. We might also want to put on this on the list, and this is a conversation we'll need to have outside of here. We'll need to put the target driver. CTL has largely supplanted it, and target or TARG4 is not well maintained and is primarily for older cards that we're actually actively removing. So we need to have a conversation about that, probably on FreeBSD SCSI or FreeBSD Arch, to assess whether or not we want to keep it. You know, I don't know one way or another right now, but it came up in a conversation I was having with Ken and PHK.
Okay, I've added it to the list.
Yeah, and so I think that's all of mine. Hopefully I didn't ramble too much on that.
And you're fine. Next we have Telnet D. Does someone want to, and Adrian was the person, but I think is not here today, and I think wasn't here the last time either.
Mm.
Does someone want to kill Telnet D? Not the client, the server.
I think that we added Adrian because he was a potential user.
Oh, he was the one who wanted to keep it?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, if you're making a router image that fits in like the 16 megabytes of flash, then SSH is too big.
But
Yeah.
couldn't you just get it
And-
from ports?
Yeah, maybe he can. And also, I think he switched his Wi-Fi test lab from MIPS to some onboard. So maybe he doesn't. Maybe he does have a little bit more space right now, so he can put SSH.
We could move, I mean, when we take things out, we move them to ports. So like people can get to, like,
I would comment Telnet D and the Telnet client share a source tree.
yeah.
So there's not a lot of point in removing Telnet D if we're going to keep Telnet, which we think we generally will forever.
Yeah, that's true. I guess.
We might, John, we might want to, this brings up a problem of how small can we go in terms of, what does FreeBSD support and what are developers expected to make it work under. I don't know. I don't think that's a discussion point here, but it's been suggested that at each release we say, this is the bottom that we're targeting for this release. It was some of the justification we used for removing some of the early smaller MIPS for 12 or 13. I forget when we removed them, but that's also something we might want to look at on an ongoing basis. And I don't know where we should do that. I just, it might help us more easily deal with some of these things, but
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable discussion we should have. If you've got 32 megabytes of memory or 16 megabytes of memory, we're just not going to try and support that anymore.
The smallest kernel the smallest system I booted on
Yeah.
recently is 128 meg.
Yeah.
And 64 would be possible if you wanted to run it as a pure router and maybe be able to SSH in, but SynMail is off the table.
Unless we're actively building and validating that we can still run and boot in that size, then there's not much, there's no point in just not saying that we're fine but not actually testing it, because it'll just break.
So Sias is hand up.
So regarding Telnet D, I already have a port, and it's called net/FreeBSD Telnet D. I've already ported FTPD, so we can remove those if we choose to. Having said that, package NG package base would resolve a lot of these too, right? So if we want to keep them in base, we can, but assuming that we go with package base, and then we could have meta packages that provide a baseline, and then maybe a networking meta package that includes, say, your baseline networking, and then full networking, including all the telnet and that type of thing. So we have options, and the fact that it's in ports, it's your option now.
Doug Grabson is part of the Container D and related container runtime stuff. Has looked at a minimal FreeBSD base system userland using package base, and we've been looking at sort of ensuring that everything that is needed to make the minimal FreeBSD userland runtime is what's contained in the runtime package, and I mean that's pretty much workable. So I think package base will be the solution for these sorts of I want the minimum root file system size.
Yeah, so it is the ultimate solution, but if we choose to remove both FTP and Telnet D, we can. We can also remove the client, because I've also ported that over to ports. So we do have the client and the server imports. And the repo is on GitHub, and I've managed to crunch the repo down to include all of our commit history as well, which took a bit of doing, but if you look at the history, it's the original history from Epoch.
Well, I think for now I'll punt on Telnet because the client especially is probably pretty contentious. But let's keep going down the list. Alan added the R tools like RLogin and RSH, and there's also
They're
some
gone
libc
already.
bits. Oh, they are gone already?
Yeah, their RLogin and RSH have been removed.
I feel like that's
They're
true.
in ports. About 2 releases ago, I think in 12. 11.
Yeah, they're gone a while ago.
They're gone. So the only thing I think we need to worry about is if there's anything in libc.
Well, I think the stuff in libc just fails if it's not there.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
the
but
libc stuff is
they are
okay.
ports, so you just you just need to install the port.
Okay, I don't know. Alan, do you remember what this is about?
Are we
then?
sure? Like my 13.0 machine has RSH.
We still currently we still have
Mine doesn't.
Time, RU and RUD. Those are the three files presented in
Sorry,
the
this is
FreeBSD-RCMD's package.
Lack of make delete old on my fault. Sorry. Yeah, we can delete that one.
Okay, so is there Manu, is there something left to be removed?
Yeah, as I said, Time, RU, and RUD.
I mean, these aren't quite as bad as RSH.
Yeah, sure. Definitely, but yeah, those are the last are something common.
Okay.
On FreeBSD.
They have the names. Do they have any relation?
No, I mean, they're not a remote shell. They don't have security problems of RSH. You can't run arbitrary commands. I mean, you have to opt into running RHUD, which is just a broadcast service, I think, or maybe you can talk to it, and then RHU and RUptime talk to RHUD to basically get those stats.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what they do. So,
so it basically you can run uptime and who against a server. That's
yeah,
all.
I mean, I can guess what they do based on the name, but that's not something that I've ever used and not something that I will use.
There's also RMT.
I don't know what that is.
The
RMT,
remote mag tape.
RMT is built on top of some other remote access protocol.
Dump. UFS dump.
Well, no, yeah, it's used for dump or tar, but it's built on top of RSH or SSH under the covers. So even though it starts with R, it's not really the same class because there's no security problems with that.
Okay, well, I've taken the RLogin off, and I don't know that we need to add entries for other of these. What about FTPD? Somebody wanted to do this for 13, we didn't.
Alan and I both wanted to get rid of it, but it was contentious.
I've got a port.
Already ported
I've got a
it.
port. I've ported it. So it's both the client and the server, so they're in the same Git repo.
I admit I would miss the client if it went away.
Yeah, do the client and server share code like they do for Telnet, or are they distinct?
No, they don't.
Okay.
But I did them both anyway, just to keep them as a nice little package. So yeah.
That might be an easier sell because you actually get something by removing FTPD. Because I agree the client is probably a little more contentious than the. But you said the server was contentious.
Yeah, the server. Well, just to let you know that Red Hat has removed FTPD. They are removing FTP client, and Google and Mozilla are removing the FTP protocol from their browsers. Those have been deprecated.
And with Chrome, at least, it's gone already.
Is it gone already? Okay. So with that in mind, we have two two thought paths to approach this by. We can either follow the lead of others and remove it, or we can maintain it, suggesting that there might be users who might need it. Okay, so the fact that they're in ports gives us the option, or we can opt to leave them in there until we do package base, until that becomes a reality.
Well, unless there's someone chomping at the bit to drive FTBD, I think we gotta keep going here.
Well, I can take it out if you want. I don't mind, but
I think Ellen and I both tried, and then just kind of, the pushback was like, okay, fine, we won't bother for now. If you want to pick it up and take it out, I'm happy for that to happen.
I'm not really ready for a big fight. I've it's my day off today. I'm supposed to be doing construction outside, but I've been spending 4 days fighting at work, so I don't really want to do any more fights. Yeah, no, I'll fight it. Yeah, that's fine.
So the next one is SMBFS, which needs to die. Like, it really needs to die. The debate is about how to have a viable replacement. Do we keep waiting for the viable replacement before we remove this one?
Well, so the viable replacement, presumably the only kind of credible candidate is Illumos's the Apple/Illumos update of it, right? And it's from the same. It shares ancestry with this. So if we are going to actually bring that in, I think there's some value in leaving this in the tree and have it, sort of show the lineage from here to there.
Okay.
But I don't think there's any real value in it being enabled by default or anything. Like,
if it stays in the tree, shouldn't that be a vendor import from Illumos?
Well, but we're not going to. Only if we're going to do future updates.
And that one gets a little weird because I think theirs is originally a vendor import from us, basically, just not.
Yeah, it started with this. Apple took it and did some stuff. Then they took Apple's and did some more stuff, and then we'll bring it back.
Okay, so that's remains in a kind of limbo. What about SendMail? So Ed doesn't want to be responsible for this anymore. Does anybody want to be responsible for looking at this? I think implicit in this is that we would have to use DMA by default, I think.
I've been running DMA on one of my machines. It's kind of it doesn't handle aliases. Only does I haven't managed to get it to work properly forwarding through my gateway. So I've reverted back to SendMail on that machine, and the rest of my machines in my network are postfix. So yeah, there are some issues with DMA. If you want to forward to deal with dot forward and that type of thing.
Yeah, I think our plan for this should be we should really telegraph that we want to get rid of it if that's the case. Yeah, I think addressing any kind of showstopper issues remaining with DMA is kind of
it should be gone. Okay, so if you're looking at I don't think it's nearly the security problem it was. Okay,
no, it isn't.
Yeah, XM is now the big one, but it doesn't have much of the market share. So what 1.3% of the market share, where it was like the big one at one time. Your largest MTA out there is XM. I would not suggest that we import that. That's like come and hack me. I'd say either open SMTPD or DMA, and allow point users to one of the 4 different ports, whether they want to use that SendMail.
Yeah, I think the right answer is use a port if you want a real full-blown MTA.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then DMA is there.
Yeah. But DMA I find is a little substandard for what I needed to do it. Like as I said, I removed it off the last machine, or the one machine, and I've reverted back to SendMail until I convert that machine to postfix.
Okay, well, I think we need to get, if we're going to talk about need and want, we probably need to get there. So we'll have to postpone more discussion of axing things. Let's try to go through need. It's pretty short, and then we can spend the rest of our time on want. And then any overflow we can do over in the hallway track, I guess. So the first things in need, it looks like Manu has like several of these assigned to him. Some of these are from before. There was a desire to have a video for Linux API or implementation in base. Is that still a thing you need, Manu?
That's still something that I need. I read last year, I think, and just after I started to code something and forgot about it and reinstalled the machine without git push. So I lost everything because I'm a dumbass sometimes. But yeah, that's still something that I need, mainly for not USB, but everything else in the embedded world. So MIPI, CSI, etc. Everything camera related. And yeah, that's something that I want to do. I don't think that I will do that before FreeBSD 14, but yeah, you never know.
Okay, I think, so you don't think you'll get to it for 14? Okay, but that's why it's kind of.
I'm not sure. I mean, you never know. You never know. There is a big summer coming, and I have some camera to install in my new house, so maybe I will do something.
Okay. The next one is a USB video class. Is that related?
Yeah, that's related. That's the same thing. Yeah, V4R2 is a base thing, and USB video class is just some driver for USB webcam that will use the V4L2 base.
All right, and then the last one that you had on here was DDC monitor control support.
Yeah, so this one is almost done. Meaning, right now we expose I2C /dev I2C something from DRM. So you can do some DDC monitor control. I've just haven't ported DDC control. That's the tool that exists on Linux. And it's very Linux centric on the I2C API. So it's possible to do that, to port it. I just don't have the time, and yeah. But kernel support is done. You can query with the I2C command, the edit. You can control your monitor. It's just not very useful to do that with that tool. So maybe one day I will do it. I was hoping that someone will do it, but no one step up. So yeah, I guess I will have to do it.
Okay. Next we have 802.11 AC. We've kind of talked about this a bit previously, I think. Do you want to add anything there, Bjorn?
I think Ed said most of the things. The plan being me keeping going and focusing on speed to get us contemporary speeds until the end of the year, and then we'll see.
Okay. We've already talked a bit about Thunderbolt 3 and USB 4, so I think we can skip that. Is there anything, this is from last year, Ed, this one about Skylake sound controller?
Mhm.
Is there any update to that? Is the firmware required? Does it, I can't remember, do we like work, but just not optimally without the firmware? Or
So we don't work at all. The microphone in my X1 Carbon does not work at all without this. I don't remember the exact details, but there is a like there's a superset of HDA that in Linux has a separate driver now that's needed to have the hooks to drop the firmware blob in and stuff like that. It seems the framework obviously has framework laptop obviously has even newer hardware, and so I don't know if this is just a case of like the X1 Carbon's BIOS doesn't do enough configuration to get it into some compatibility mode or something like that. The built-in microphone on the framework works fine. So I mean, this may be something that is just, you know, they didn't bother doing some backwards compatibility stuff, and no one's going to care after a little while.
Does sound output work? It's just the mic.
It's just the built-in mic, yeah. So like a TRRS headset works fine on it. On the X1 Carbon.
Okay,
framework.
so it's not clear, but is there a long-term need, do we think, for the extended drivers?
So originally, I was concerned that this might that like ongoing, you know, future laptops would all be encountering this. It looks like that doesn't seem to be the case. So you know, it's maybe a low priority now. So I mean, this is maybe a want instead of a need.
Okay. And then the last one we have at the moment is inline IPsec, which was there from last year. I've seen some discussions about this with Hans Petter and Kib. I don't know if there's any update we need from this. Other than that, I think it's still a work in progress. I'll check on IRC, but folks can start suggesting if they have other things they want to add.
I think DCH, I'm not sure, if I see it here, was going to add the ARM64 iSCSI boot. I mean, not ARM64 specific, but iSCSI boot.
Oh yeah, that's a have, isn't it?
It's probably on here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, there's patches in review. Yeah.
It's that.
What's that?
Oh, it's on here as a have, I think. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. In IRC, Dave says ARM64 specifically. There's workarounds or something for AMD64, but nothing for ARM64 yet. I think another one that came out of discussion yesterday that we should have on the need is heterogeneous core scheduling. So like
big dot little.
Yeah, efficiency cores, whatever.
And Alder Lake, I guess, is the other name for that.
Yeah. I mean, scheduler or support in general, we're gonna have to start thinking about cores that have different functionality, that sort of stuff.
Who's a person to put for that? We need a Stucky.
I'll track it. Or THJ maybe.
Oh, it's always good to volunteer someone else to do work.
Yeah. Tom was interested, so.
He hasn't noticed yet on RC.
Yeah, there's probably the latency if he's watching on the stream or something. YouTube stream. It'll be too late then.
Yep. All right, I've added that one. Do we have other before we move on to wants? Although, how much time do we have left?
Not much.
Not much. What are we supposed to stop?
10 minutes. 10 minutes, I think, is our.
Yeah, 10:30 is our. Yeah, we have 10 minutes. Okay. So we'll try to plow through. So a lot of these things in want are from before. I do actually want to kind of give priority if are there new things that we need to add. What do people want to add? And are there anything in here that we want to take out? There's several here about killing giant that have Warner's name assigned to them. I don't know if that's, I know we have the topology wrapper for reading, like wrapper around giant and NuBus so that we can make progress I think Giant is still probably going to be intact for 14.0 at this point.
I think the most we can do for 14.0 is hide Giant, rename it to underbar Giant, and you need to have a pound defined want Giant because I'm lame if def at the beginning of any of the files that need it. Anything beyond that, I think you're right, is too ambitious.
I would like at some point to do, like we've done it for sysctls. One we haven't done it for yet is maybe call outs. I don't know how many are left that need it. But interrupt handlers, I would like to move away from having an NP safe flag and have an I want Giant flag. Because that means that should be the exception at this point rather than the rule.
Yeah, for everything, not just interrupt handlers. That's probably the biggest one right now. The MP safe, I thought the MP safe sysctl was a done deal.
I think it pretty much is. It may be that there's a few more to remove
the defaults are a done deal. You're right. There may be a few lingering that need love that are still marked. Needs Giant.
I'm trying to look through the list here. I feel like there's one here, Intel Ice Lake PMC. Did Alexander actually commit that? It was Alexander Moten, I think, who might have merged that. He merged some recent PMC changes. I should see if those were merged.
I think the event definitions are, like, I see them in the folder now. I have no idea if it works, but.
Did we make use Linux equals yes work for ARM64 so that ARM64 can install Linux later ports? I think I saw reference in Cherry where we need to turn it off, so I feel like it must have been done.
Sorry, what was that, John? I
support for Linux ports and for ARM64 for like installing for the Linux later.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the status is, but.
Too bad George is not here. I'm really curious if he's going to try to port a fourth packet filter to FreeBSD. Mitchell, you're here for maybe trying to look, well, it's a want. SVE support for ARM. Is that something you're actively looking at all? Or is anyone else actively looking at that?
I'm not actively looking at it anymore. So that could probably leave this list.
I have it as a have.
You have it as a have?
I forgot, but yeah, I've got a like very early patch set.
Okay. When it comes time for debuggery bits on that, I can help with upstream bits for that for GDB.
Yeah, it's missing most of the bits you need. So it's missing any ptrace interface and doesn't handle signal, or doesn't save around signals or anything like that.
Okay.
But it's enough to show that SVE meme copy and things weren't any better than advanced SIMD, or at least on hardware we have.
Okay. My version of this is really slow. Come on. I have not looked at low power stuff. SRI expel, that's something at some point we will want. Are there other things people, let's see, I'm gonna look on IRC. See if folks have suggested anything recently to add to the list.
So in the Zoom Q&A, we have a thoughts on enabling all of our proactive security things by default in installer, for example. ASLR, MDS, that sort of stuff.
I know Robert would like the configuration menu for security options to go away. I think should be on or off, and people should figure it out later.
The one that at the end of the installer?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember who added
Robert's
that.
view is that he added all of them, and he did not. He added about half of them, and did not intend that people futz with them during their installation.
Yeah, yeah. It's either the default should change or it should be left to people that know what they're doing.
I mean, I think the menu was added primarily because of resistance to changing defaults, but I
think the biggest thing is it breaks the cardinal rule of don't ask the user a question they won't know the answer to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jan said something to that effect in the Zoom chat. If you understand what they do, you don't need the menu because you know how to fix it. And if you need the menu, you probably shouldn't be messing with it. So do you want to, so I guess the question is the question of is there a desire to change some of the defaults?
I mean, we already have started changing the defaults, right? ASLR is on by default in current now, and will be in 13.2. I'm not sure if Marson's actually merged it or not. The swap in stable 13, maybe that's merged already.
I didn't even know he was in.
He wasn't somewhere there, and then
I think a nice to have might be to support the IP command like Cisco and Linux do. Not replace ifconfig, but at least provide some kind of tool to allow shell scripts to that actually issue those commands to run with fewer changes.
I like that idea, Si.
Yeah, so do I. I thought about it the other day.
Not for that one, but for other commands, I've been adding Linux compatibility because it's nice to be able to pull a tree and run it and not have to go, oh, I have to hack that to use GSED because RSED doesn't have this one trivial option that is easy to support.
But that would be handy because it's not only compatible with Linux, but it's also compatible with Cisco iOS.
But I think the other big win there is other projects CI that tries to run on FreeBSD works better. Like when we have Warner, I think you did that was like the SHA-SUM versions and so on, right? And things like that, so that if some downstream port is going to run its CI on FreeBSD, that their scripts don't just all explode because of the differences.
Yeah, there's a number of trivial differences like that we, we're not serving ourselves well by having our own special little thing. So if we can provide additional compatibility trivially, we should do that. This isn't a, hey, we need to be like Linux and turn into Linux thing. It's a, we've stubbed an awful lot of toes and, it hasn't really gained us anything.
Well, as we're moving function from ifconfig to the library, then ifconfig and any other tool just become a front end to it, right? Kind of like something like a network manager, which I think we might want for maybe a desktop or something, or a laptop, where people have more of a GUI kind of experience, or experience more of a GUI kind of thing. Yeah, it's something to think about.
I'm trying to read back through IRC. to add some of the things people have mentioned.
So we're at the end of our scheduled slot, John. I think it's okay if we go a little bit over.
Yeah, I have to actually leave right now, so I've got a whole lot of other stuff that I got to get done today. So
yeah,
on my day off. Okay. Well, bye-bye.
Thanks for joining.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's also two more axe candidates that once we're off this train of thought, I'll sneak in really quickly.
Okay, well, if I miss things or other of us mix things, just feel free to keep adding to the system even afterwards.
The Canadian axes, much more kinder, gentler, and polite than Danish axes. Oh, I'd like to add a thing to axe, please. Oh, there's two. I'm sorry.
I don't sound like that one.
I'm sorry, Ed. I apologize if I was being offensive, but it's a lot more polite than we've had in the past.
I don't say a boot.
I like it. I didn't say a boot.
Yeah.
Except when I'm booting a system.
Okay. What did you add, Ed, for things to axe?
To axe, no. Someone on YouTube suggested finger and finger D. But the one I wanted to
actually use finger on freefall quite often.
Yeah, I use it on freefall,
but not remote. Like finger D I have no use for. That's probably just security holes waiting to happen. But
the one I want to axe is ISA sound cards.
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't put it on the list yet, but I think there's.
Once we kill the, go ahead, Ed.
There's some sentimental desire to keep them, but I don't think there's any practical reason. And my motivation was, I was taking a quick look at giant cases along with what Warner was talking about, just to kind of get a sense. And yeah, there's, it's getting rid of the ISA sound cards avoids the need to consider them anymore. They're all giant battled.
Once we kill the ISA sound cards, what other ISA things are left apart maybe from the floppy driver, which I've tried to kill in the past, and I've also argued shouldn't be killed in the past, and has some sentimental value. That's the only, and SIO attachment or UART attachments.
Well, I mean, you have to ignore things that are the legacy LPC bus things like UART and so forth.
There's those T1E1 Russian T1E1 drivers. Not sure we should be
don't start the discussion. it doesn't end well. Me and Ed can attest of that. It doesn't.
I'll hog tag Gleb, and you guys can commit it, and then we'll see. Oh wait, I probably couldn't hog tie Ed if he or Gleb unless he was sleeping.
Okay, I guess we should add something somewhere about the security menu. What category does that go in? Is that a want? Or is that an axe candidate?
I mean, there's two separate parts. There's the axe the menu part, but related to that is the what should the defaults be. I mean, we can certainly get rid of the menu and leave the defaults for another aside, but I think we really want to answer both together.
No, I agree. So where is that a need to revisit security defaults?
Yeah. JRM wants us to axe TCSH.
No.
I think it was a joke.
Yeah, that's a hard no.
I'd be fine with it.
That's over my dead body, no.
And John and I are the reasonable ones here in this debate.
Well, you did say import ZSH.
That would be fine. I mean,
I could maybe live with that.
Apart from license issues, more shells is fine. Killing C shell makes people grumpy.
I still now as newer jails and VMs have had one of the first things I do when I log in is go, oh, LL doesn't work. I have to change my shell back to CSH. Oh well. For root.
Yeah, just to be clear, I was joking.
Ed, am I going to put you down as the Stucky for revisiting the?
All right. Yeah.
I put you as the Stucky for moving the menu. So.
MW is pretty interested in this sort of stuff too. So.
Okay, I'll add that. Okay. I think at this point we can probably go to the hallway track for what's left. And peak folks can have a well-earned break until our next talk. So we've got, let's see, what is our time?
I think I'm up next after the break, talking about.
I think we have a pre-commit. Oh, no, that's yesterday.
That's
yesterday. User mode is in about 23 minutes. Oh, yay. Okay. All right.
I might actually get my slides done. Oh, wait, is my mic on?
You can start your slides.
I haven't done that in 15 years.
All right. We'll be back in a few minutes, y'all. So we'll see you over in the hallway track. We'll be back for Warner's talk on QEMU user mode. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have Warner Losh, who is going to be talking about QEMU user mode in just a second. When you're ready, Warner.
Yeah, let me start the slideshow. Let me share the screen and then start the slideshow. And then I'll be ready to go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to talk today a little bit about the BSD user stuff that we're using to build packages and the state of where we are in upstreaming it, because it would be really nice if we had that functionality upstream so we don't have to keep our patches in a tree. So for those of you who don't know, QEMU is a full, it's an emulating system. It does three different things primarily. It's a full system emulator. So you can boot a particular type of machine and you have the traditional kernel that runs on top of that, just like you would boot on bare metal. It's also a virtualization environment, kind of akin to Beehive, where you can have a number of virtual machines that are all managed through QEMU. And it's also a user mode emulator. That's what I'm going to be talking about today. That's basically taking it rather than a system-wide level down to the process level. If you'd like to find more information about QEMU more generally, you can find that on QEMU.org. So at my BSD CAN talk, I gave a little bit of an overview of all of these things in addition to user mode. But let me talk a little bit more about that here. In general, when you've got a physical machine, you've got a number of different processes. They're running on top of a kernel, and they're interacting with some sort of CPU. The CPU executes the instructions natively, and when there's some kind of exception, that gets trapped into the kernel. So if you divide by 0, you make a system call, overflow or underflow, floating point computations. Sometimes those are the sorts of traps that will lead to the kernel, and the kernel is expected to cope with those changes or cope with those traps. With BSD user, QEMU takes the CPU part of its emulation system and its soft MMU part of the emulation system, and instead of bolting on hardware emulation that emulates buses and cards and disks and so forth, it handles the CPU traps directly so that you can pull up an individual process and basically attach an emulation kernel to it. And the QEMU then basically inside of BSD user, there's a CPU loop that executes series of instructions, and whenever there's an exception, it kicks it out. And then we cope with that exception. For the most part, the only exceptions that are interesting are system calls. And so for the different system calls, we decode the system call that the process would like to make and make that as a FreeBSD native system call. We also have to deal with how we do signals and threads, and all of that stuff needs to be emulated by the BSD user module. So in general, why should we care about this? This sounds like some cool functionality, but what do we use it for? Well, currently the package builders are using it to build ARM v7 and RISC-V packages. Also, outside of the package cluster, a number of people are using it for AArch64 because they don't have big beefy machines to build it for. So we get a lot of our packages for non-tier 1 platforms out of QEMU environment, and I'll talk about how to set that environment up a little bit later. But looking at the statistics for the latest builds, there are about 32,000, 33,000 packages that get built each time we do a package run or do a full package run. for AMD 64. There's a few less for i386. And if you look at AArch 64, there's about 10,000 that are run, but we recently had some build breakages. And so I don't know if that's an incremental or a full package run. I was looking at the numbers just before this talk and don't know any more details beyond that. And there's about 15,000 packages that ARM v7 seems to build. And that's down from a high of about 20,000. Different things break over time with QEMU. And I guess about 5K worth of packages are broken. The difference between the 15K and the 32K in large part is that some very popular languages are broken, Go and Rust. And I'll talk about that here in a little bit. MIPS, PowerPC, and RISC-V also appear to have had runners in the past. PowerPC and RISC-V are still current. I'll talk about what happened to MIPS later in the talk, although RISC-V only seemed to have 500 packages built if I read the stats right. And I may have been misreading them. I read them a little bit in a hurry before the talk. So Poudriere, as with all things in the project, it seems, Poudriere supports this build setup. So with Poudriere, you can create a jail. And the jail has, in this case, ARM v7 binaries in it, so that you can run a full emulated, user mode emulated jail on an AMD 64 box. Poudriere also has some optimizations so that we build our compilers and toolchain natively for the machine it's running on, but have it by default produce the binaries for the target. And that speeds up builds rather substantially. Sean Bruno and Stacy Son did a talk about this a number of years at BSD Can for the optimizations. In fact, these days, the optimizations are the default and not the people are messaging me. Sorry, these days the optimizations are the default and you need to opt into them. So people are saying on IRC that my numbers come from a bad run. So I'll totally grant that. So what this Poudriere command does is it creates a FreeBSD jail that has all the binaries that you need. And then to do a bulk build, you can do a Poudriere bulk and just specify this jail just like you would for any other run of packages that you're going to do. I added the handy-f command, which lets you have a list of things to build. Usually when I'm testing, I only try to build 20 things, but they're so representative that if I've broken anything, it shows up right away. And this takes between 3 and 5 times longer than a normal run does, in part because the user mode emulation is a little bit slow, and in part because there are some ports that run away depending on which version of QEMU that you're using. They'll just run away, and that takes a while for us to time out. So if you're going to do any BSD user work, you need to test BSD user. In addition to building all of the packages as a useful test. Sometimes it's useful to run FreeBSD's testing infrastructure with QA. And so you would start up the ARM v7 jail if it's not already started. I just use jexec to get a shell into the jail. I know Poudriere has a special mode for dealing with that. I always forget what it is, and I always can remember jexec. I'm sure people on IRC will report if I'm remembering correctly or incorrectly about this. But once you have a shell, regardless of how you get it, you can run the QA test just like you would normally. This can be useful in 2 ways. One, if you have native bare metal machines available. You can run the QA test there to get a baseline of what works on that particular architecture, which is a useful number to have. In addition, you can run different AA tests. So, I don't know what the right number is on bare metal, but I know before my changes, 8,000 tests passed, and after my changes, 8,012 passed. So that's a good change. Or, 6,000 passed. Wait, I really screwed something up. And these are useful things to do if also if you're wanting to submit patches. If you're wanting to do a full test run natively, that takes about a half hour. With QA, it takes about 3 hours. Some of that is due to slowness, but a lot of that is due to a bug in QA, or that, sorry, not a bug in QEMU that causes runaways. So a test that normally would take a couple of seconds takes 10 or 15 minutes to fail in this environment, because it goes into an infinite loop and just sits there and loops until QA says, oh, you've used too much CPU time. So since this talk, one of the purposes of this talk is to educate people about QEMU and different things, different ways you can contribute. I have a little bit of the interesting parts of the QEMU tree. I'm not going to belabor it too much. It's mostly for the slides for people that are looking later. But BSD user contains the code that implements all of this stuff. It's about 45,000 lines of code to do all of this. And we've also started sharing between BSD user and Linux user. There's a common user. Right now we use it for the signal safe system call handling, and a couple of other little things. We'd like to expand that in the future. Also, QEMU uses Meson for all its building, which is an important thing to realize if you're wondering, hey, how do all these files get listed? How does this build system hold together? I'm not going to talk about Meson too much. QEMU has it well integrated, so you just type make, or you do a configure and then a make. So it's hidden from you, but otherwise, if you're wanting to add things, it's not hidden to developers. Inside a BSD user, there's a number of different sections. There's FreeBSD, NetBSD, and OpenBSD directories that contain the source code necessary to implement the system calls for those systems. I'll talk about the status of all of the systems here in a little bit. And then there's a number of architectural directories: PowerPC, AArch64, ARM, etc. And those contain the architectural specific files that you need to implement each individual architecture. I'll talk about that here in a minute. Also, if you go back and look at Stacy and Sean's talk at BSDCan a few years ago, Stacy talks about the different things you need to implement as well. He focuses on functions. I'll focus on files just as a complementary thing to that resource. In addition, there's a number of BSD.h files that in theory are supposed to implement system calls that are common to all the BSDs. Right now, there's really only two. There's BSD file and BSD proc for file-related system calls, although there are a few others that have gotten mixed in, and proc for all the process-related system calls. And in theory, this should be only for the pan BSD files or system calls that are implemented only, or that are implemented across all the BSDs. But as I'll get to a little bit later, some FreeBSD specific things are in here, and some stuff that might be needed for NetBSD or OpenBSD have been removed. And then the next set of files that are interesting are BSD load and elf load and elfcore.c. These are the support for all things elf. So loading binaries and shared libraries and all of that. You would go here if you were looking for a bug. Main.c is basically the main loop. It is the thing that parses the command line arguments and then calls the elf loader to load the initial binary and sets up the QEMU environment. So it creates the CPU and the TCG just-in-time compiler. The TCG just-in-time compiler is the thing that implements the CPU and the instructions and all of its traps and exceptions. Signal.c is the BSD specific signal handling, so that this serves two purposes. One, it masks and unmasks signals so that we don't get a crazy signal at a time we don't expect. And it also handles dealing with signals that the guest may set up, wrapping them in a machine independent way to call the machine dependent code that's in Arch to handle signals being delivered. And then there's a couple of trace routines as well. And then uAccess. This is the thing that locks and unlocks memory into QEMU. In order for the BSD emulator to access the memory, it has to lock the memory first, and then it does its accesses, and then it unlocks the memory. And that is so that the soft MMU that was on the diagram on a previous slide can handle the mapping between host address and guest address. And it's very important that you have these in pairs and that you don't access an address that you got from a locking operation after you unlock, because there's no guarantees that that will be there. If you're hacking on BSD user, this is a hard lesson that everybody learns. You can learn it up front, or you can learn it the first time you make a mistake, because pretty much everybody makes mistakes here. So the FreeBSD specific bits. I have a long list of OS dash whatever. Most of them are .h's. There's a few .c's. They implement all of those different system calls. I'm not going to read through all of these. People can read the slides later, but this is where we put all of the interesting FreeBSD specific calls, although there's a number of calls that are in here that have been adopted by other BSDs. So some refactoring could be useful. In addition to the system calls, there are things that I probably best characterize as ABI issues. How are signals delivered? What are the SIG-info and M-context and U-context? And a number of details around threads and the layout of different processes. Those vary by architecture. And that information is included in this as well. They vary by architecture and by OS. And the OS part of the variation is here. Speaking of architecture, we also have a signal.c in the architecture portion, and that is used for dealing with the architecture specifics of delivering a signal and coping with M context and U context, which are some low-level details about how POSIX defines that signals are handled and delivered, and you switch context as you take a signal or do a SIG return. You're allowed to do a SIG return when you're not in a signal handler, and it jumps to the new context, which is an interesting feature I had no clue existed until I started on this work. Then there's target.h, and that's a relatively new file that doesn't exist in Linux user and only exists in the Blitz branch. I'll tell you about the different QEMU branches here in a few minutes. And it has generic information about the architecture. Some architectures pair registers to get 64-bit quantities, some do not. And there's a few other details about the specific architecture that is included there so that we can write the system calls in a generic manner. And then again, as with the OS, there's a whole long list of files here that are all the things I just said, but for the architecture specific bits. You know, how exactly ARM delivers signals is different than how x86 delivers signals. Same, you know, which registers need to be set and cleared for thread creation or switching, details about the VM layout. All of that stuff has a OS dependent component and an architecture dependent component. And then the last one here is the syscall.h, and that is for all the system calls. Sorry, that's for all the glue necessary to do system calls on this particular architecture. So I've talked about a number of things that exist in the source tree level of support. Let me tell you about what actually works. FreeBSD works right now, modulo a couple of bugs I'll talk about here in a few minutes. It's fairly complete. We're able to use it to build tens of thousands of packages for different architectures. And it's the bulk of the work that I'm upstreaming. NetBSD and OpenBSD have directories, but they don't build. They haven't built in a very long time in the BSD user branch. And there's a lot of work needed to sort that out. First and foremost, the signal M context and U context is different for OpenBSD and NetBSD versus FreeBSD. So that level of difference needs to be sorted out. And there's dozens of other little details like that, which if you're interested in making this code work, I'll be happy to talk to you about. But for now, just know that there's a lot of work that would be required to hook this back up. When I started the upstreaming process, I thought, oh, it'll be easy. I'll hook that back up and I'll be a nice citizen. And it turned into a big pile of work. So I very quickly abandoned that. I don't have anything useful that I even started with. Another issue is the current layout. It doesn't have an architecture specific, OS specific component. It's not an either or for some of the dependencies that you have. It's more a cross product. So NetBSD ARM has different things that it's doing than FreeBSD ARM, both at the OS level and at the architectural level. So at the OS, at the architectural level, like I said, M context and U context are different, but at the OS level, there are different structures that are different between the two. They're functionally equivalent. They're logically the same, but physically they're different, and they have different ABIs associated with it. And so we would need to find some way to go back and refactor things so that the current stuff that's muddled or maybe in the wrong place winds up being in the right place. In terms of architectural support, what works and what doesn't with QEMU right now? There's supported and then there's working. So ARM v7 is probably the most heavily used of all the architectures, and it's the one that has the most packages that build, and it tends to work the best. It's what I do all my initial testing on. AR64 is a close second. I do a number of testing. Until recently, we were building all our packages in the package cluster with that. And then there was an unfortunate breakage in QEMU, and things didn't get built for a long time. And when people came back to it, they go, oh, we have hardware. We can build in hardware much more quickly now. So those builds are now built natively. RISC-V also works fairly well. When I've tested it, it's pretty close to ARM in terms of the level of support. It passes a fewer tests and takes a little longer to do it. And I'm not sure why that is. I haven't investigated more fully because my main focus has been on ARM and getting things upstreamed. There is support for x86, but it's very incomplete. You can run Hello World, and you can run anything that doesn't use a signal, which means no threads, and probably nothing that it uses any kind of sophisticated command line editing. And it's okay for doing a quick smoke test, but not much else. It really needs to be fleshed out. And that's one of the things that people could potentially help with if you're looking for an area to help with. It's not a high priority, but it's a nice to have. PowerPC, Brandon Dragon, or bdragon username, I may have got his name wrong, and if I do, I apologize, Brandon, has been working on getting PowerPC, particularly PowerPC 64 Little Endian, working. That exists in Blitz. The stuff that is in the older branch doesn't work. I'll talk again. I'll get to what the branches are in a second. And then there's MIPS and Spark 64, but those have been removed in the Blitz branch because the FreeBSD project removed those as well. So the QEMU, generally speaking, targets supported FreeBSD releases. And so anything that FreeBSD no longer supports, we remove. There is one big exception to that. BSD user still supports the FreeBSD 11 system calls because Rust doesn't have a live C layer and goes directly to the system calls. And last time I checked, Rust does not use the post I know 64 system calls. So we still have to support that if we have any hope of making Rust work. I know I said Rust didn't work, but Kyle Evans had it working in the past, and due to changes in QEMU base, it stopped working in one of the updates. So, of course, if you want to work on this project, you're going to need to know where to find it. The QEMU upstream is hosted at GitLab at the URL I have on the screen, and it's mirrored to GitHub as well. They have a number of interesting CI integrations that you can do so that when you push to GitLab, you can get some or all of your continuous integration run. With their GitLab setup, you specify how much when you do the push. You can say, don't do any, which is the default, or do a basic run, which basically would be the equivalent of our current Citrus CI. You know, it does a build and it does a smoke test on one or two things. And then a full CI adds a bunch of other tests to it. And that's not available if you have a GitHub fork, but it is if you have GitLab. And then the BSD user repo is hosted on GitLab. We created a QEMU BSD user when Kyle and I took this over from Sean Bruno, who also had it hosted on GitHub. And there's two branches of interest in this repository. The Blitz branch, which is the most current version. I'll tell a story about that here in a second. And then the BSD user rebase 3.1, which is the most recent version that works really well. And that's the basis for the normal port. The Blitz branch is the basis for the devel port, the QEMU user static and QEMU user static devel ports. The Blitz branch got its name because I had created two branches to deal with upstream, and I had Blitz, which was everything. Just I applied the 3.1 branch to the latest QEMU tree. I made it compile, and it was quick and dirty, kind of a blitzkrieg, a very quick attempt to get it working. And then I had the Kaizen branch, which was where I would break down this huge chunk of work into individually committable things that I could upstream. And for a while, I had these two branches, and I kept rebasing forward Blitz. And after a while, I realized that this was perhaps a mistake because I couldn't find when certain things broke. It was very difficult. I would have to look in my ref logs to find where I rebased this. And when you have 180 changes, it's hard. You know, you get an entry on ref log when you rebase for each and every one of those. And, you know, I was rebasing all the time. So Blitz is now a merged branch to QEMU's master. And every time I do a upstream push, I will rebase, sometimes a little more frequently, but usually that's the cadence I like to do that at. Here's the current status. I say I have a question. I'll address the question here in a minute. Actually, I think I'll do it now. It's about an update on my knowledge of Rust. The Rust C port contained a number of patches. Jan is reporting for the inode 64. But because Rust assumed that the platform triple is just a pair and a dummy, their tooling has trouble supporting 12 and 13 because they would have to treat them differently for different but similar ports. So that's very good information, Jan. So we'll be supporting the 11 API, I guess, through the life for another year and a half until the 12 branch goes obsolete. So anyway, back to the BSD user status. So right now, QEMU QEMU upstream, it's very incomplete. You can run Hello World. You can run Hello World that's dynamically linked. And these were two separate patch trains that accomplished this. For FreeBSD, the NetBSD build and OpenBSD build has been removed because it doesn't even build anymore. And it didn't even work when it did build. I tried to say, well, maybe it makes sense to keep those at the Hello World level of support, and you know, I'll make the build work. And when you actually go to make the build work in the post-Meson environment, it doesn't. And to make it work was a big pile of work. So since that wasn't my primary focus, I said, okay, it's not going to build. And that might be unfair to the other BSDs, but I'm perfectly happy to work with them if they would like to make that happen. And I would be happy to help them get that upstream if they want to make that happen. So far, nobody's been all that interested. I've reached out to the different BSDs in the past, and they said, hey, we don't use it, we're not interested in it. If it showed up and it was working, we might start using it. But yeah, it's for me to show up with it working, you know, is probably me working on it full time for a couple of months, and I don't have that kind of time. The current Rebase 3.1 BSD user branch is our current production version, and that's the thing that we use in the package cluster to do all the package builds. It currently builds about 20,000 ports, I guess 15,000 is the latest number. I did this slide before I did the statistics slide, so that's the discrepancy in case any sharp-eyed viewers are noticing. But most of that is because Rust and Go don't work. And there's a couple of other interesting packages that break or unbreak over time, and it's unclear exactly why. Maybe it's the same sort of bug, maybe not. But the Rust and Go support is fundamentally broken because threading is broken when you get a lot of threads. There is some race that's either due to an atomic not working correctly, or it's due to some kind of memory corruption because we're not managing memory with the soft MMU correctly. I've pretty much, I'll talk about that here in a minute as well. So with the Blitz branch, that's the current development branch. That's what I'm using to upstream. I make any changes that I need to make as part of the upstreaming process to the Blitz branch. I'll do limited bug fixes back to the Rebase 3.1 branch. And it's also racy, but due to changes in QEMU so that it is more aggressive about retiring memory, the races seem to happen a lot more often than they do in the 3.1 branch. So I've not tried to do a full package run, but if 15,000 ports are working in the 3.1 branch, I would guess maybe 10 or 9,000 are working in this branch. The list of ports that I have that are problem children also includes live indel, which is the basis for a large number of ports. So here's some upstreaming statistics. We started between, depending on how you round the diff, between 36 and 40,000 lines of diff. Stacy Sun and everybody else that I credited in my BSD CAN talk did a lot of work. A lot of it was copied from Linux user, and a lot of it had to be written for FreeBSD, particularly all the threading stuff, which was not fun to write. We're down to about 27,000 lines, so we're down about 9,000 lines in diff. 3,000 of that was just from extra junk that had accumulated. People made copies of files that weren't actually referenced. And then the different architectures that I removed account for another 3K. And I've gotten maybe about 5K net of code upstreamed. One of the problems is that when in 2013, 2014, when Stacy started the project, he copied a bunch of stuff from Linux user, which is fine. The license totally allows it, nothing wrong with that, and got it working, which is great. And in the meantime, QEMU's coding standards change. So if I try to upstream anything on these files, one of the first things I run into is their picky patch checking script rejects it. So I had to make it, make the style conform, and that inflated the number of lines of difference between the two. I think I mostly worked through all of that, but each area that I go to start upstreaming, I have to go through and do a style run, because QEMU's style differs a little bit from FreeBSD's style in a number of key ways, and they're quite picky about rejecting changes like that. So 27,000 lines sounds like an awful lot of code, but there's about 1,800 lines of code for NetBSD and another 2,000, maybe 1,600 lines of code for OpenBSD that are different between the two repositories. It looked like Stacy was trying to keep up for a little while and then gave up. And I haven't bothered to upstream them. I'm tempted to delete them both, but I'm going to do that last in the upstreaming process. And then we've got 3 new architectures that we've added support for: AArch64, RISC-V, and PowerPC that need to be upstreamed. There's about 3,000 lines of code there. I've got ARM upstreamed, and there's almost no differences. I think there's 1 or 2 trivial differences I noticed when I was making this talk, and I will fix that, soon. But I'm focusing primarily on system calls, because those are a little bit easier to upstream, because the vast majority of system calls are of the sort, the write system call is lock the memory, call write, unlock the memory. And, chmod or chroot, or all of those are just, some variation of that. And those are all very short and easy, and which makes them easy to get reviewed, and which makes the upstreaming process easier. And so there's one last thing. We have about 13K lines of diffs in the FreeBSD directory, which are all the FreeBSD specific system calls and ioctls that Stacy and others have implemented. And then there's 7K still in BSD user that I've not gone through and figured out this is good, this is bad, and tried to get all of that upstreamed. So the bottom line is, like, we've got about 10,000 down and about 23,000 to go. That should say 13,000 to, no, 23,000 to go. The 15 or 20K looks to be tedious but fairly boilerplate. They're all just system calls, and it's the same pattern, and it's easy to get a review. There's when I looked at it, there may be 24 or so system calls that don't quite fit this pattern, because things that mask signals, that deal with signals, are special, and so need to have extra code that is beyond what I just described. And then there's a bunch of system calls that I've looked at that it was kind of, I had the reaction, I just can't deal with this right now. I'm not even going to try to understand what's going on here. And it's, when I get back to it, it'll be probably a crapshoot getting that upstream, because if I don't understand what's going on, nobody else is going to be upstream will understand what's going on with unless I provide the proper context. So if you want to help x86 port, make that complete. A lot of refactorings still needed. There's a lot of boilerplate, a lot of duplication. And doing the upstreaming, I find myself wondering, can't this all just be generated, because it's all boilerplate? Can't we just generate all of the non-contentious, non-special system calls like we generate templates for them in the kernel, maybe, now that we've got the Lua generation, that might make things easier. I haven't pursued any of these ideas. These are, if people want to, a cool project, that might be an interesting thing to look at as well. I see that Brooks Davis is telling me that Conrad has scripts for that. It would have been nice if he told me he had scripts for that, but now that I know, I can ask him. And it'd be nice if we could do something about the NetBSD and OpenBSD code that's rotting, but it's probably going to take a NetBSD or OpenBSD zealot to actually flesh that out. Oh, I totally forgot, Brooks. My apologies. Brooks is telling me that he told me about the scripts, and I think he's right. So, so for upstreaming, when we started, everything's broken, nothing's working at all. Everything core dumped for all the BSDs. At this point, we have ARM upstreamed, and we have enough system calls so that working, so the hello world works. I'm in the process of upstreaming the file, the routines that are in BSD file.h. That's about 1,000 lines of change, and with luck, that will be in 7.1, and then I'll get started on all the others. And I've removed the obsolete architectures and the build on the other BSDs. So the biggest thing that I need help with, the biggest thing that is blocking this is the synchronization bug that I was referring to. It looks like an atomic is not working, or that there's some memory corruption, so that one of two things happen. Either asserts, let's say, hey, I woke up and my mutex isn't in the state for somebody who just went to sleep and is just waking up, fire, or things sleep forever, which is either an atomic not working or some kind of memory corruption, which could be due to one of the system calls not having all of the locking and unlocking pairs done properly. And that's also blocking Rust and Go and a bunch of other packages from working, because more and more things are multi-threaded these days. But that's a big ask. I mean, I've probably sunk 50 or 60 hours into trying to debug this to date, to come up with a problem statement as coherent as the one that I just gave. And I'll admit that there's a lot of hand waving as what might be going on, because it could be something completely different. But an additional help that's needed. I mean, the purpose of this talk was to ask for help. Would be to get reviewers on QEMU. So when I submit patches, it would be nice if people would, I could CC them, so you don't have to subscribe to QEMU Devel, which is a big fire hose of a list. It would be nice to get patches reviewed by people, which helps the upstreaming process. Right now, we're basically beholden to the some of the people upstream to get reviews, because they're the only ones that can competently review it. And QEMU really likes it, doesn't like you to submit unreviewed changes. So that would help. Refactoring, so we can share more with Linux user. I guess looking at Conrad's scripts to see how much of the we could go to generate, potentially even generating it at compile time, so that upstreaming just involves updating tables and not updating a lot of code. And there's a lot of bugs to fix as well. In addition to the one that I mentioned on the previous screen, there's a lot of tests that are failing that have nothing to do with threads or stream or anything like that, but could potentially be useful to go fix. That would be a good way to learn the system and to get things up and running. And there's always a need for new system calls and new ioctls to expand the footprint that QEMU is targeting. And I've already talked about the need for folks from NetBSD or OpenBSD. So I guess questions, although if I'm reading the time correctly, I either have 0 minutes or 15 minutes, and I'm guessing 0 minutes for questioning. People that have been working, that's closer to 0. If people want to help, you can send me email, or you can join hash virtualization on Discord or pound BSD user on FNet. That's where people that have been working on it have hung out. It's been kind of quiet lately, so I'm hoping that that this is a fun project for people that want to help out. And I guess with that, that's my talk.
So I will ask you, I'll proxy one question from RSC, which is Manu asks, what is the relationship like with upstream?
Oh, that's a good question. The relationship is very cordial. One of the things that I've been doing has been reviewing Linux user patches, which makes them very happy. They always like more reviewers. But the upstream several years ago was viewed from the BSD side as being somewhat hostile. When I took this over from Sean Bruno, he was like, we tried to upstream and it didn't work. And now it's like, well, why haven't you upstream? We would love this to be in the tree. This is a great technology showcase for us. So, that's one of the things that has improved. Upstream is very willing to take patches and is somewhat positive towards these efforts. So it's not like it was in the past where you would send the patches and nothing would ever happen. I've also managed to talk them into being a upstream maintainer, as has Kyle Evans. So we're in the maintainers file. We get CC'd on patches, which also helps head off almost all of the problem patches that go in. And so that's that's where we are with upstream. It's a situation where all of this is worthwhile upstreaming because it's a situation where you make effort and you get rewards. For 7.1, it looks like I'll be able to get about 12 or 1,300 of these lines upstreamed, and all the reviews I've gotten within a week. So I guess that answers that question. And I guess John's going to tell us, hey, go to the hallway track for the rest of this.
Yeah, I think that's about right. So we can head over to the hallway track. We have one more break, and then I think we have our last talk of the day after that. So I'll see y'all over in the hallway track. We'll be back here in about 27 minutes.
Hmm.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We're ready for our final talk of the day from Fabian to talk about BSD certification. So I'll hand it over to you.
All right. So I hope you can see some slides now.
Not yet.
Not yet. Hold on. Hold on. I'll try to reshare. What about now?
Yes.
All right. So, am I okay to get started?
Yep.
Okay, doc. So first of all, good evening or good afternoon, depending on where you are. And thanks for having me today. Thanks for staying around to listen and talk with me a little bit about the B in LPI, which is something that might not be absolutely obvious, but it's certainly there. And today I would like to tell you a little bit about the certification efforts LPI is doing regarding BSD. As well as about a little side project we're doing regarding learning materials, with a special note about what we would like to do regarding BSD learning materials and where we could need some help and where we already have some stuff that just needs a review with a little bit of the hope that someone might volunteer to give us a hand. But that's for the end. So let's get started. First of all, who am I? My name is Fabian. I'm the Director of Product Development at Linux Professional Institute, LPI. I myself am pretty much someone with a technical background, although more or less by coincidence, it ended up being Linux and not BSD. Although these days, most of the technical stuff I'm doing is around cloud native infrastructure, Kubernetes, Docker, and all of the stuff that's surrounding that topic. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about LPI. So who are we? First of all, we are a Canadian nonprofit around since 1999, so for quite a while. We are multilingual in terms of operating globally and translating stuff to numerous languages. I think we have around 13 or 14 languages, depending on what you look at, that we translate stuff to. We are pretty much known as a certification body in terms of having certificates that we issue to people who pass a specific combination of exams. We are doing this in various dimensions. The low-level dimension is the so-called essentials track, where we're covering preliminary knowledge with the idea to provide something that schools and universities could use to both have a curriculum and to provide an initial credential to the students. Our main component is a 3-level Linux certification program with LPIC 1, LPIC 2, and LPIC 3 being consecutive certifications covering a lot of Linux content. But next to it, we have another track of professional certifications, which is the so-called open technology track. And that is where our BSD certification is placed along with a DevOps tools certification. As of today, more than 200,000 certification holders have passed our exams and earned a certification, and they are in more than 180 countries. So LPI is really like basically everywhere. But even though we are pretty much known for our certification program, technically we're in the phase of becoming an organization with a pretty different focus, because we would like to become an organization representing anybody working in open source. LPI has become a membership-based organization, meaning anybody who owns one of our professional certifications, including the BSD one, can become a member of LPI in order to have a certain say and influence in how the organization is run, like, for example, voting for our board of directors, but also in order to keep the certifications active by working in the field and earning so-called professional development units. And we have a set of member benefits and several other reasons why it's really interesting to take a look at that membership program. So as I said, we are mostly known for our certifications, but that's by far not everything we're doing. One of the real big programs with an LPI are our learning materials that I'll talk a little bit more in a couple of minutes. The learning materials are intended to, of course, help candidates prepare for our exams, but mostly to provide teachers some classroom-ready utilities if they would like to educate their students about open source, be it Linux, be it web development, and hopefully someday soon, also BSD. We have, of course, our exams and certifications. I think that's nothing new. We have a series of partnership programs, for example, for approved training partners, for hiring partners, for publishing partners. We have the membership program that I just mentioned. We have volunteer programs. So there's a lot around the entire certification track. And is all of this what we're doing just Linux? And I think I already spoiled the answer. It's certainly not. I brought us the first sentence of our mission statement, and that is our mission is to promote the use of open source software by supporting the people who work with it. And as you see, it doesn't say Linux, well, it doesn't say BSD either, but it says open source. And I think that is a really great common determinator in a lot of technologies that are of interest. So how does LPI relate to BSD? First of all, LPI, even though it's called Linux Professional Institute, is about open source software. And we have already a series of products that are not really related to Linux. Basically, 2 months ago, we launched a new product called Web Development Essentials. It is an exam covering the most fundamental skills in software development. And we have chosen to use web development and JavaScript as the reference implementations again, because that's a common determinator that any or most of the modern applications developed these days will have, at least in the front end. And the idea here is to provide a curriculum that can be used to introduce students into the progress of software development so that they have an idea about what is a variable, what is a loop, what is a condition, but with enough meat on the bones to really develop a little application that does a little something, so that it's encouraging, that it's hands-on. And that is the idea that we have with all our essential certifications. And the Web Development Essentials exam, for example, is totally agnostic of Linux. It could entirely be done and passed on a BSD system too. We have another certification on the Essentials track coming up, which is Security Essentials, that again has 0 dependencies to Linux. We have our DevOps Tools Engineer, although that includes quite a bit of container technologies. That is not absolutely Linux free, but it has a lot of tools that can be used on any similar platform as well. And we would like to be a valuable member and to be of use for the LPI community as well. First of all, we have an BSD certification, as I've mentioned, and this certification qualifies anybody who passes it for API membership. So anybody who owns this credential can become an API member and, like I said, vote for our board of directors. We would also like to help people getting started to use and learn BSD, especially with our learning materials that, as we'll see shortly, are different to the normal textbook in terms of just enabling teachers to really transmit that knowledge. And of course, we want to continue to provide credentials for the LPI, for the BSD community that are of high quality and a lot of value. When you think about certifications regarding BSD, you might recall the BSD certification group that used to have the BSD Associate exam and certification. In December 2017, the BSD certification group joined LPI with the idea of bundling our efforts in order to make the BSD certification easier available and basically bring it to the LPI infrastructure so that the efforts for maintaining and publishing it can leverage what we already have in LPI. The BSD Associate, like the former BSD certification group exam, was stopped in 2018, but LPI continues to support it for anybody who earned that credential. We reached out to all of the credential holders and offered them to have their credentials transferred to LPI's credential management system. So it's still possible to prove the possession of this certificate. And on request, we issued the BSD specialist, like the following exam for BSD on request to those who have earned the BSD Associate certification. The BSD Specialist, like the newer one, that is on LPI's open technology track. We had to do a couple of adjustments to it. First of all, because we had to fit it into LPI's exam format so that we can deliver it along with our other exams, which means that we have a bit of fewer questions and a bit of less time in the new exam, but we also spent a lot of work in doing item writing. So we wrote a lot of additional items, some items with a little bit of more trying to transfer knowledge instead of just asking straight for something, to provide a little bit more context, which was something that is basically like specific to LPI, that we are asking a little bit more about the surrounding than other certification bodies. And the entire item pool underwent quality assurance, and we did the entire psychometrics analysis and statistics for the entire item pool. There was no grace period because the BSD Associate exam was already discontinued when our new exam was launched. But as I've said, we offered any existing certification holder to bring their BSDA certification to LPI. And if they are interested in membership, get the BSD Specialist certification so they qualify for membership. Now, what is this exam about? The overall audience are professionals working with one of the major BSD systems. We focus on a rather technical skill set, so most likely the certification holder is data center or server administrator or support engineer, but someone who's working on the command line, who's getting their hands dirty by using those systems and actually implementing stuff of it. The so-called minimally qualified candidate. So this is a statistical model of the person who's barely supposed to pass the exam. So if this person knows anything less than defined in the statistical model of the MQC, that person is supposed to fail the exam, whereas anything they know just at this point or above qualifies them to get the certification. And there's a verbal description of the minimally qualified candidate, although the details are statistics and statistic model, but the verbal description is that the certification holder is a BSD system engineer, and the certification holder is expected to apply their skills on FreeBSD, OpenBSD, and NetBSD. So we have, of course, a lot of stuff that's common, but also a lot of specialties on the exam. And for various reasons, it's one exam that covers those three main BSD systems, basically because further dividing it into three different exams would be a giant effort and further narrowing down the audience that we have. And on the other hand, we found that a lot of people who are technically able to operate one system have a pretty easy time learning about the other ones as well. The entire certification consists of a single exam, which is different to the LP exams, where we have two exams. But for the BSD specialist, passing that single exam is enough. It has 60 questions that have to be answered in 90 minutes. And all of those questions are multiple choice questions, either with a single answer, with multiple correct answers, or fill in the blank items. But for all of those questions, we specify what we expect. So if we don't specify anything, it's always a single correct answer. If it's anything different, there's an explanation in the answer, which usually tells you, for example, like choose 2 correct answers, choose 3 correct answers, or provide the name of the command without any path or parameters. So we are pretty straight in what we expect the candidate to answer. The topics on the exam, I won't read them all out loud because you can certainly go to our website to have a look yourself. Just the topics, so we're covering the BSD installation, software management. That is where we have the most variety in between the various BSD systems. We cover storage devices, file systems, a lot of system administration like user administration, logging, sending emails, printing stuff, managing user sessions, understanding the internet protocols, configuring them, configuring routing, configuring DNS, and a set of like common Unix skills, like for example, working with processes, working with a text editor, being able to work with files, set ownership, stuff like that. Anybody who's qualified to do those tasks can easily get the certification just by taking the exam. So we don't require any specific training to be done or any specific program to be taken. It's really, we care about the skills. We don't care about how they were obtained. Yeah, like I said, it's a single exam. It qualifies for membership, and it's on the open technology track. It's available in English as of now, and we're delivering it on the Pearson VUE testing centers, and hopefully someday soon again in paper-based exams. That was the way we used to do this before COVID, and we hope that one day we can do this in a responsible manner again when we gather physically instead of having remote meetings. Now, exams are not the only thing we're doing, and just because the exams focus on the skills and ignore how they are obtained, we want to help people to actually obtain the exam, and that is what our learning materials project is about. So the learning materials, of course, are intended to prepare for the exams, but that's not the main purpose. The main purpose is that not whenever, but most of the times we talk to teachers about why they don't include more open source components in their classes and in their courses. We usually hear that it's hard to teach because a lot of materials have to be developed, whereas for proprietary software, a lot of those materials exist. And the big vendors do a lot of work in order to make it as easy as possible for a school to adopt to what they are doing. And we want to try to fill that gap in order to provide something that is classroom ready, so that the average teacher who has already a super busy schedule and zero time to prepare something has a key-turn solution to teach our technologies, to teach free technologies, to enable their students to have an own opinion about what kind of technology they will pursue in their careers. We don't have any technical requirements, except that we want a Linux or a BSD system to be around when the candidates try to work with the materials, because they include practical exercises, but we don't require, for example, signing up for an account with a specific cloud vendor or something. We're doing a lot of translations. Most of the materials are available in a set of languages. It depends a little on where you look at, but we're working with at least 10 different target languages. Some of them published, some of them are in the works. And it's a giant community project. We have a lot of people who write lessons. We have a lot of people who review lessons. We have a giant pool of translators who help to both translate it. And of course, whenever there's someone translating something, they spot more things to be fixed. So it's a project where we're doing a lot of work on those materials with a lot of ongoing improvements in a continuous release cycle. So we're doing updates to that website and to those materials almost every day. So there's a lot of movement in that area. The materials are available for free for non-commercial use. And we offer our training partners to get, for example, co-branded materials that they can use in a training setting, even if it's commercial. The central place to see those materials is learninglpi.org. That is the central place that we established for any kind of exam preparation. Of course, we have our own learning material there, but we also maintain a catalog of third-party publications related to our exams, mostly from our approved training partners, but we're also adding other material that we find. And there's a little indicator of the publisher actually is an LPI training on LPI publishing partner. And that website provides an overview about the people who wanted to be on that website, who helped in the development of the materials. And that is intended as a little incentive for those who would like to be visible after they helped in that project, because the individual lessons are not attributed to someone, but anybody who wants credit can be on our contributors page. The materials follow the structure of our exams. So our objectives are organized into topics and objectives, basically like those sites that you saw here, right? So this would be, for example, a topic, and then we have those objectives underneath, and our materials follow that structure. So basically the outline of the exam is the outline of the material as well. Depending on the weight that every objective has, we have 1 to 3 lessons for every topic. Those lessons are independent, meaning that they do not build on each other, so it's possible to pick any one and just do that specific lesson. We don't require a specific kind of system, but we require a playground, like, for example, a Linux virtual machine or BSD virtual machine, to test what we ask in those exercises. All of those lessons follow a specific structure. They have an introduction explaining what the topic is about, and explaining the most important commands and the principles. Then we have a set of so-called guided exercises. Those guided exercises are supposed to be solvable just by following with what was in the introduction. And then we have the explorational exercises that go beyond. They ask for stuff where the candidate would have to do some own experiments or would have to do some additional research on their own. And this distinction is something that is very important for teachers. It's called differentiation, where you have some students who already get bored while the others are still searching for the pencil. And the guided and explorational exercises allow teachers to have an answer, so that there's a bit of achievement and a moment of success to anybody passing the guided exercises, along with the explorational exercises to entertain those who enjoy more content in the same time. There's a summary and there are the answers to both sets of exercises, and they are always aligned in that order. So a teacher, for example, would have the ability to first of all do the introduction, hand out the guided exercises to everybody, hand out the explorational exercises to those who are done, in order to focus the attention of their students. And this is a principle and a concept that we're applying to all of our learning materials, and we received great feedback from all of the teachers using this, at least those who reached out to us. So apparently this is something that is considered helpful, and it's different to the normal textbook that you would find. The exercises are designed in a way that they can be both used in a classroom setting, but there are also a lot of self-learners who enjoy having a specific path through the material, having those introductions and having exercises they could follow up on. And yeah, those are basically also our target audiences, with teachers being the ones who actually raised that issue, but a lot of others who benefit from it. Like I said, it's released for non-commercial use under a Creative Commons license. We do not allow derivatives as for now, because we want to make sure that we can cycle back any kind of improvements. What we saw earlier, that people just copy the materials into their own learning management systems, and then they are in there forever. And if we fix something, those fixes never get adopted. And that is the reason why we encourage people to not create derivatives, but help to do stuff upstream so everybody benefit. And we're absolutely open to any kind of bug reports, to any kind of translations. We take what we get. So if there's anybody offering, for example, a translation to another language, we immediately allow them to join us. We grant them access to the required repositories and provide guides on how to work with those components. The repositories I've mentioned are one of the key places that we use for collaboration with our contributors. They all work in Git. We have a GitLab instance where we're managing all of this. The material themselves are written in ASCII doc. We do have a style guide. We do have a mailing list where authors and reviewers can discuss openly about any aspect they see. And internally within the review and publishing process, we use again GitLab. We have a lot of issue boards where we track the progress of stuff. We're using Hugo, which is a static web framework, to build the Learning LPI org website. So it's a totally static site built with Hugo out of the ASCII doc documents. We use Omega T to manage the translations of those materials. And we have a Docker-based publishing process where basically whenever, even if you're just fixing a single comma or a single typo, we're rebuilding the entire site with a new container and we deploy that one. And we also have a set of specific Docker images that we use for PDF rendering that we just run when there's a specific change to a certain document. And that's basically the technical workflow, meaning that anybody who is able to write ASCII doc and who's able to commit something to a Git repository following our style guide is able to contribute in any of the various roles, including writing content, including doing reviews, fixing issues. And when you take a look to learninglpi.org, you will see that we have materials for Linux Essentials, for Web Development Essentials, for Epic 1, stuff on Epic 2 is in the works, but you won't see BSD there as of now. And that is something that we would like to change. We hope that we can reuse a lot of the stuff that already exists for Epic 1, especially regarding the various lessons that we have, because a lot of stuff like, for example, permission management, that is stuff that is basically the same. But we will never just rubber stamp it in terms of saying we are Linux folks and we think it's like that. So we definitely do need subject matter experts coming from the BSD community helping us into reviewing this, making sure this is actually applicable to BSD. There are no specialties. There is nothing that's Linux specific that was left over. We do need BSD natives, so to say, that help us to sort out what is correct, what is not correct, and that help us to produce those components that are unique to BSD. For example, anything related to software installation, software management, hardware configuration. We found that the BSD documentation is very well structured, at least compared to a lot of other stuff I saw. I found myself very lucky reading through those documentations. So yeah, thanks to all of you who helped creating that one. And this is something that definitely is a giant help for anybody trying to solve, for example, explorational exercises where they need to find accurate, easy to digest information that goes beyond what's in our normal learning materials. So long story short, we're looking for authors, we're looking for reviewers with a solid BSD background who would like to help us to work on those materials. And I think that leveraging the existing Epic 1 materials would make this really easy, because there's a lot of stuff around that needs to be reviewed and minimally adjusted. And of course, there's a bit of stuff to create, but that's not comparable to doing it for an entire exam from scratch. So how can you help? Contributing to LPI is possible in various ways. Again, our main mission is to encourage people to use free and open source software, which absolutely includes BSD. So for that matter, we need more BSD expertise with an LPI. And that especially includes the learning materials, because access to this knowledge is key for anybody using this, for anybody who would like to get the certification. But of course, we also have to maintain our certification. So we also need people to write new exam items, to review exam items, maybe even help translating them. So if we want to provide any product that is valuable for the community, that is of a real benefit, we need support, and we're looking for those contributors. If you consider helping out here and there, a brief overview about the various ways how to engage with LPI. Anybody who's interested in our exam development in the early stages of it, we do have a public mailing list. That's the exam development mailing list. And that is where we discuss especially updates to the objectives. So whenever an exam is due for review, which usually is, depending on the schedule, somewhere between every 3 to every 5 years, that is the mailing list where we're discussing all of the potential changes, and where we're collecting opinions, ideas, to make sure that we don't oversee anything, and to make sure that we still reflect what is actually required and covered in the field. So anybody who would like to join those discussions, please sign up. In general, we allow traffic, except for when we start discussing about new objectives for a specific exam. Then we do have some more traffic on that list, but again, that is not spamming your inbox, and most of that is actually worth reading it. So if you would like to be involved in the development of the exam objectives and getting an early idea about what's coming next, that is the place to describe. Once we decided on where a certain exam goes, depending on the amount of change, we do a so-called job task analysis. That is a public survey where we engage any professional working in the related field to rank various tasks. So we provide a long list of stuff people could do, and we ask for a rating regarding how important that task is and how often it is executed by the potential minimally qualified candidate. And we use this information to ultimately decide what is on the exam and what is the weight of those topics. We need to define the objectives, like the outline that you saw before. We need to do all of the item writing, which can be quite a lot of work. And actually, from my perspective, the hardest part is finding the wrong answers. Like, it's easy to ask something and not the right answers, but finding 4 more answers that are kind of plausible but still wrong, that is a real challenge in there. All of this needs to be reviewed, ideally by at least two individuals on the technical side and 2 individuals on the language side. We do a so-called angle study where we're determining the complexity and the hardness of every single question in order to be able to provide equally complicated exams. We do psychometric analysis. We have beta exams. We translate everything, we publish anything. So that is the entire process, and we welcome help on any of those stages. Anybody who would like to help in that regard, becoming a subject matter expert for our exams, could help, for example, by creating objectives, writing exam questions, review exam questions, translate exams. They would have to sign an NDA because they would be handling actual exam content. And of course, we're offering a financial compensation. LPI itself is a nonprofit, so we have to get rid of our money, so to say. And you certainly won't get rich doing this work, but it's a little compensation for the time and the efforts put in there. For the learning materials, we have 3 major roles, which are authors, reviewers, and translators. Here we are more liberal in terms of NDAs, for example, because we publish anything anyway, so there's no need to sign an NDA. Same for translators. For exams, we have to make sure that we have high quality right from the start, because we publish an exam is expensive and it's a lot of work, whereas fixing an error in the learning materials is super easy. So here we're more liberal in terms of how many people work in there, in terms of the amount of reviews we do. We have manuals for any of those steps. We have a mailing list, as I've mentioned. If you'd like to, you can get your image and a little bio on our contributors page. And again, there is a small compensation, at least to give a little bit in return for the time and the efforts that are put into this. If you think that those learning materials, for example, would be a great help for the BSD community, and if you have a bit of time and if you think you could help us, for example, doing some edits or helping to write one or the other lesson, please send an email to me, and I either respond directly to you or match you up with Marcus, who is the person in charge of our learning materials program. We would be really happy for anybody who would like to give us a hand. And that brings us to the last part. If we have any questions or any ideas or any feedback, I hope I'm not too early. I prepared for half an hour, assuming that we have a bit of time to discuss or to let you guys start your weekend early. And yeah, that was what I've prepared. Anybody who would like to say something or ask something?
Well, thank you for your presentation. I'll give a few minutes to see if any questions come up. I think I saw one earlier on IRC. Let me scroll back and find it. It's a reference to I guess earlier you had referenced 20,000. And the question was, does the 20,000 things reference, is it specific to Linux or does it also include BSD?
That includes all of them.
Okay. And then we have another question from Sato-san. This question is, what is the best way for an event or conference organizer to approach LPI? So I should give you some background. Sato-san organizes a annual conference in Asia that's on BSD. So conference organizers are interested in on-site certification exams. And he's saying previously we had on-site exams with the BSD CG folks, or also how to advertise exams in the future.
The easiest way is to just send an email to our normal LPI address, info@lpi.org, and we'll triage it internally. It depends a little on the region because we have various people in various locations, but we will do our very best to find a proctor who is nearby, and we have a pretty good network of proctors all around the world. And ideally, if it's like an on-site event, paper-based exams would be the easiest approach. We would, of course, advertise it on all our channels in terms of social media. It might even be possible, if that fits into the event, to also offer the normal LPI exams and especially the essential exams, because that normally attracts a lot of candidates who just come by saying, hey, like the exam fee is just half to what I would pay in the testing center. So if I go to that event, I would have my travel expenses and pay the same, but I get the event for free. So that is something that we can definitely arrange. And you could either reach out to LPI or send me an email in case you want to take a screenshot, and I will redirect you to the right person that's responsible for doing event management in that region. But we're absolutely open to that, and we are happy to offer exams anywhere where we have a couple of candidates who would like to take them.
Another question over in the Zoom chat from Roller Angel asks, can you talk more about the learning materials? Are they provided to people before they take the exam?
Yes, they are accessible for anyone. And in fact, you can even use them even if you do not attend the exam at all. Hold on a second. I can show you a bit on how they look like. Although I have to change my screen. I hope that doesn't screw anything. Hold on. Give me a second. That was strange. One more try. For some reason, I got an open browser and I can find it. I will just do this and share the entire screen. So I think you can see a browser window now, correct?
Yep.
All right, so this is the Learning LPI org site. And if you click on Learning Materials and go to LPI Learning Materials, you can just take a look. So this is what is currently released on the English side. And for example, if we go to Web Development Essentials, you could either download the PDF version up here, or you could browse through the objectives. So for example, if we say we want to learn more about JavaScript programming and maybe about control structures and functions, we could go to the first lesson. And this lesson has the outline as we mentioned earlier, in terms of we have the introduction that explains a lot of this stuff. And if we scroll further down, we'll find the exercises. That's quite a long lesson. So it's a lot to learn. And right, so here we have the guided exercises, the explorational exercises, the summary, and the answers to it. And something that is a little bit invisible are the various translations. So, for example, what is this? So, for example, if we click up here, can you see? Hold on. So. Let's give this one more try. All right, so now you should be able to see my screen again. So this is the overall outline. If you click on this one here you can see the various translations only for this specific lesson. So if I click on German, for example, here I get the entire thing in German. And if I prefer Italian, for example, that is just a click away. If you would like to get an overview about where we are, you could probably go to the English version. So we can probably find it. We have a roadmap up here. And this roadmap shows what exams, like what materials and works, and what languages we have prepared. So here you can see, for example, stuff that's in the works, stuff that is already partially released. And this is available to anybody who would like it. So if you're, for example, a teacher or a professor and you would like to take that stuff to school, it's super easy to just take it, even if you are not preparing your students for an exam, even if you only want to take a couple of lessons and combine them with something different. Try to stick to the license. If you spot anything, report it back to us so we can fix it upstream for you. But this is available to anybody for free who's interested in using it for their own purpose. And if anybody's interested in becoming an API partner, for example, if you're a training center and you would like to get those materials co-branded with the permission to use in a commercial setting, you can easily become a training partner, approved training partner, and yeah, get those materials.
Okay, so another question we had, sorry, from IRC, and I'll just read the question as they wrote it, is how do you find a balance between, in quotes, trick questions and leading questions, and kind of how do you structure the questions that you ask?
That's a good one. So we try to make every exam equally complicated. And we have questions of both types. One thing we do is the so-called Enghoff study. The Enghoff study works like this. We have a set of subject matter experts, usually around 10 to 15, and they get to review every single question. And for every single question, they can, of course, object if they consider them technically incorrect. But if they don't object, they have to provide a guess how many % of the minimally qualified candidate, right? The person who's supposed to barely pass the exam will get that specific item right. And then we see, once all got their ratings in, for every single item, we see, are they somewhat equally or do they vary a lot? And then we have a second round where we only take a look at those items where we had a certain variance. And all SMEs see in an anonymized manner the other votes. So they see comments that the other participants left, and they also see their ratings. And then they have the ability to adjust their very own rating depending on the comments and the others' opinions. And this allows us for any potential combination of exam items to determine how complicated the exam is. The specific exam in terms of the specific combination of items. We make sure that we have a similar ratio in between straight questions and questions asking for more context. but we also weight the exams in a way that they are all equally complicated. That is, for example, why we say you can get up to 800 points in the exam and you need 500 points to pass the exam, but it's not always the same number of items you have to get right in order to get those 500 points, because that depends on the exact combination that you have in your specific exam. And that is based on those psychometric data, how we try to ensure that every exam is equally complicated. And the other thing is, even when we ask for context, all of our items have a clear right or wrong answer. So we do not ask, for example, what is the best way to do something, or which is the least complicated way, because that includes a lot of judgment, and we're not doing these kind of questions. Like, even if we ask for context, like saying, for example, that we describe a specific requirement of an application, and then we provide various potential ways of how to achieve that specific requirement. Then there's always, depending on the answer type, 1 or 2 which are explicitly right and the others are explicitly wrong. So there's always something that makes them absolutely right or wrong. So there's no good judgment in those items. And that is something where we spent a lot of effort, both in item writing as well as in the review process, to make sure that every item has a clear right or wrong answer, and there's no discussion about how to interpret a specific item, even if they are more complicated in terms of like being more text in order to asking for a little bit of knowledge transfer. That won't be the majority of the exams. I hope that kind of answered it, but feel free to ask more.
Oh, I think that was a good answer. I'll do. I think that might have been all the questions we had today.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you for all our folks who've come to our conference over the last couple of days. This is actually the last talk. So this is the end of our conference for this summer for the FreeBSD Developer Summit. So I had a couple of things I was going to go over as we kind of wrap up. So first of all, FreeBSD Day is June 19th. So I think that's like in 2 days, if I'm doing my math correctly. So that's FreeBSD's anniversary. So happy birthday to FreeBSD. So celebrate with us all week long. There's going to be events. You can see on the Foundation's website, they have a list of what's going on this week. So follow along with that. Also, we have several FreeBSD summits coming up in person. And we're excited about that. The next one is going to be at EuroBSDCon in Vienna in Austria. I will be there along with several other folks. So that's during the kind of first 2 days of EuroBSDCon on September 15th and 16th. In addition, folks are going to be meeting in Aberdeen, Scotland for an Aberdeen Hackathon in October that you're welcome to attend. Tom Jones is going to be hosting that along with some other folks. And then another one that's coming up, we don't have a date yet, but sometime during the fall, we'll be having a FreeBSD Vendor Summit again in the Bay Area in California. And most likely we expect this one to be in person this year. So we'll be excited at these places to meet some of you folks in person and have a chance to see each other face to face. Lastly, thank you for coming. Thank you for attending, for participating in our talks and our sessions. Thank you for all the speakers who gave talks and planned ahead. Please do tell us what you thought, both the speakers and attendees. We have a survey in the links here. We've also put it in IRC and Slack and some other places. If you could please fill it out, it's only a couple of questions. It'll help us with planning future summits. And lastly, I wanted to thank, once again, the team that helped plan and organize this, Anne and Deb and Lauren and Ed. That really helps all the stuff that goes together. And thank you to the Foundation for sponsoring this. They covered the costs that we did have with using, for example, spatial.chat for the hallway track. And speaking of that, folks are welcome to hang out in the hallway track after our official program is over. I know I'll be there probably for a bit. So if you need to want to just go hang out and talk some more, if there are things we didn't quite finish talking about in the conference, that's the place to meet up. So until then, I'll see y'all folks next time we meet in person. So thank you all.
Hey, John, you have to turn off the live stream.